Chapter 1048. She gently pushed open the door, and with a creak, the sound of the rain outside could be heard. Inside, it was tranquil and warm. This was the place where Long Chen had stayed for 10 years. It recorded his entire childhood. Now that the door was opened, the world in his memory rushed out. It was filled with a familiar aura. Lingxi's memory was good. The bricks and tiles, the bed, the table, the chairs, and the floor were exactly the same as the place where they had stayed. I remember it should be like this, so I built it in my divine kingdom. I think if you see it, you will be very happy, right? Lingxi held onto Long Chen's arm as she waited expectantly for his praise. Lingxi had spent a very long time building this Baiyang town. Her memory was not comprehensive, so she spent a long time filling in some of the blanks with her own understanding. Only then did she build Baiyang town in her divine kingdom. When I built this Baiyang town, the most beautiful thing I thought of was to see it with you, to live here together, to live an ordinary life. I will cook for you, clean for you, wash for you, and give birth to children for you. Lingxi was no longer as shy as before. Love made her bold. At this moment, she faced Long Chen and boldly said what she thought in her heart. Everything here seemed to bring Long Chen back to the beginning. He was very moved. He looked around and touched this place. Everything was so real. What you think in your heart is where I want to belong the most. Amidst the pitter-patter of rain, Long Chen embraced Lingxi, who was dripping wet. Feeling the fiery softness of her body, Long Chen's heart was also burning. At this juncture, Long Chen had forgotten everything. He had forgotten that he was still in the 3 great imperial domains. He had forgotten how he was going to walk his path from now on. His only wish was to be able to accompany the people by his side until the end of time. In the divine kingdom, everything was under Lingxi's control. Night had already fallen quietly. Long Chen lit up the red candles in the room. From the bedside to the square table, there were a total of 99 candles lit. The fiery red candles gave off a gentle glow in the dark night and danced gently with the breeze. It was still drizzling outside the window. The raindrops hit the ground and made pitter-patter sounds on the roof, but the whole world seemed exceptionally tranquil. In the flickering candlelight, Lingxi's snow-white skin was a little pink. The faint blush on her face was intoxicating. After lighting the candles, Long Chen turned his head. At this moment, he was already sitting quietly on the edge of the bed. His eyes were looking at his feet. His hands were placed on his lap uneasily. He didn't dare to look into Long Chen's eyes. This short period of peace and tranquility was the life that both of them yearned for. Here, they didn't need to think about anything and didn't need to worry about anything. It was fine as long as they had each other in their minds. Long Chen sat beside Lingxi. At this moment, Lingxi's fair and delicate body was trembling slightly. The rain outside had soaked her whole body. Her thin clothes stuck to her delicate and snow-white skin. Her body, which was still considered immature at the beginning, had become curvaceous after 7 years of growth. A faint fragrance lingered in Long Chen's ears. Under the illumination of the candlelight, she looked exceptionally charming, tender and alluring. At this moment, Lingxi was the most suitable word to describe Lingxi. Do you still remember the mysterious sky jade lotus? At that time, you didn't have any strength at all. I took you on a very long journey. Every night, you were afraid of the cold. It was always me who hugged you. Only then could you fall asleep. Long Chen gently picked up her soft hands. It really had been a long time since he had touched her skin. Even Long Chen's hands were trembling at this moment. And Lingxi murmured. She didn't dare to say more. She could be cold to everyone else. But in front of Long Chen, she realized that she would always be an obedient girl. His fingertips felt as if he had been electrocuted. Don't be so nervous. Long Chen smiled. In this atmosphere, it was full of ambiguity and gentleness. It made one's imagination run wild. Lingxi's reaction was also expected. They had been separated for too long. Meeting again, her whole body was filled with longing. She needed to use a violent way to release it. Dry firewood burned like a raging fire. Only in such a hysterical way could she get rid of the pain of lovesickness. Long Chen found himself a little stiff. This girl was someone he wanted to cherish with his life. Long Chen had missed many people just to be able to be together with Lingxi in the last moments of his life. Now he had finally achieved his goal. He had fantasized a lot. But at this moment, he still felt a little helpless. Chen, I want to hear from you. I want to hear from you how many things you have experienced. Did you miss me? Lingxi raised her head and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Her hands were firmly held in Long Chen's hands. Long Chen's voice was already hoarse. How many things had he experienced? In fact, he had already forgotten. Long Chen looked at the person beside him and slowly told her what had happened. Time passed gradually. The rain outside didn't stop. In the rain, this small house seemed especially warm. On the night they parted, it was also raining outside. At that time, when Lingxi decided to give herself to Long Chen refused. He did it for Lingxi's sake. At that time, he was not sure if he could chase her to the 3 emperor domains. Today he finally came. It could be said that this room was the same place as before. It was here that Lingxi's body recovered. The next day, she was taken away by her grandmother. Why hasn't the rain stopped? The sun hasn't risen yet. Long Chen remembered that he had been talking for a long time. Logically speaking, the rain in Baiyang town should have stopped by now. The rain outside hadn't stopped yet. Long Chen might have thought of something. Whether it was the rain or anything else, it was all Lingxi's will. If Lingxi didn't want the sun to rise and the rain to stop, it would continue like this. I don't know when it started, but I really liked this kind of environment. It's raining outside, and I hide in this corner because a long time ago, this corner had you. Lingxi cried again. Her eyes were wet with tears. She hugged her knees and sobbed, as if she was muttering to herself. In the beginning, I waited for you at home. At that time, I cultivated my divine kingdom. From then on, I stayed in this room and let it rain outside. At that time, I hadn't met Dai yet. I was really lonely. I really wanted you to suddenly appear by my side, on this bed. But I've already waited for 7 years. I couldn't wait any longer, so I escaped. Long Chen could imagine her loneliness. Those were the days of despair. Fortunately, they were finally together today. They finally gave each other and themselves hope. It's raining outside the window, but the world is peaceful. Chen, you think this is a good feeling, right? Especially when the person you love is by your side. We can hug each other for warmth, and we can tell each other our hearts. Lingxi raised her head and looked at Long Chen with anticipation. Long Chen suddenly realized that he was being passive. He was even a little slow. In the past, he had always been a hooligan, especially to Lingxi. But after experiencing so many things, Long Chen had matured to this extent, but he still hadn't changed. No matter what, you are the person I love. Lingxi had stayed in this small room for far too long. Today, the owner of this room had finally arrived. She suppressed her shyness bit by bit. She told herself that after tonight, after tomorrow, she didn't know if she would have the chance to properly indulge herself. Little she. Long Chen clenched his teeth and held her most beautiful face in his hands. Lingxi was still Lingxi. She was still the goddess in Long Chen's heart. She had sacrificed a lot for him. From establishing Baiyang town in the divine kingdom to waiting for him, to escaping, and even giving him a third of the god's blood. She must have sacrificed a lot for him, but she wasn't willing to rely on herself. If such a girl wasn't worthy of his love, then who should he love? However, Long Chen still had worries in his heart. He knew that he still didn't have the strength to truly protect Lingxi, so there was still a wall in his heart that was difficult to cross. Little she, where are we going next? Halfway through Long Chen's words, Lingxi hurriedly covered his mouth. She looked at Long Chen with pleading eyes and said, I beg you, let's not talk about the future. Let's not talk about anything. Let's just spend the night in peace, okay? There were still many unknown things in the future, but on this quiet night, Lingxi didn't want to know. Long Chen closed his mouth. It could be said that he had also thought it through and knew what she was thinking. Because of this, Long Chen blamed himself for not being open-minded enough. If he wanted to do it, then he would do it. Future matters, he would deal with it later. In this small narrow room, so close to each other, they could clearly smell each other's breath. Their eyes stared at each other, and hot blood quickly surged in their bodies. A raging flame quickly burned in Long Chen's body. The flame of yearning burned in Long Chen's body, turning into a kind of surging energy, causing the flame of desire to gradually appear in Long Chen's eyes. The rapidly rising temperature also made Lingxi blush. At this moment, she really wanted to retreat and hide far away, but just like Long Chen, there was also a flame burning in her body. The masculine breath of the man in front of her, thick, domineering, and even dignified, had a fatal attraction to her. Lingxi didn't know what was going on with her. The white hand that covered Long Chen's mouth loosened, and her body went limp. She fell on Long Chen's body, her soft waist was like a water snake, pressing down on Long Chen's body. A pair of white and delicate arms, like a work of art, hooked around Long Chen's neck. Long Chen was pushed down on the bed by her. Chapter 1049. In the small attic, the temperature was rising rapidly. The sound of the rain outside was like a furnace inside. He didn't know why the temperature was so high, but Long Chen was sweating all over. This had nothing to do with the temperature outside, it was the energy emitted by his own body. Just like last time, Lingxi was more active than him. She lay on Long Chen's body, her eyes were intoxicated, and her breathing became more and more rapid. Her long hair was like a black waterfall, scattered on the bed, like a beautiful black flower. Their bodies were in full contact. Lingxi's soft and supple body had a fatal attraction to Long Chen. Traces of heat seeped out from Lingxi's body, and this hot and sexy body rolled on top of Long Chen's body. Long Chen's body was instantly filled with lust. Little she this. Long Chen didn't expect her to be so bold. It was good that she said it, he wasn't ready. What answered him was Lingxi's soft and sweet, but also a little clumsy fragrant tongue. Long Chen swallowed his words. There was nothing to worry about. Even she had taken the initiative, if Long Chen was still passive, it wouldn't be his style. Only the entanglement of the body was the most passionate love, and also the best way to vent his longing. After seeing Lingxi for so long, Long Chen still had a feeling that was stifled in his chest. It was bitter and uncomfortable, and he needed the most primitive way to vent it. Lingxi also had it. In this life, she had set her mind on Long Chen alone. As early as that night 7 years ago, she had already decided to give herself to this man. But at that time, Long Chen had rejected her, and this time, Long Chen had no reason to. 7 years later, the two of them were already extremely hungry. At this moment, their longing turned into a monstrous force, and when Lingxi stuck her fragrant tongue into Long Chen's mouth, it ignited violently and completely drowned the two of them. Boom! Long Chen's mind shook. In the face of such a huge temptation, he didn't care about anything else. The future was just a fart. The only thing he needed to do now was to properly love this woman in his arms. Lingxi was his, and she would forever be his. No one would be able to snatch her away from him. And today, only he could completely make this woman his. Not only would he be able to possess her soul, he would also be able to possess her naked body. Although Lingxi was bold enough to provoke Long Chen's flames, she didn't know anything. She only knew how to kiss him passionately. Her soft body rubbed against Long Chen's strong male body, spreading the flames on her body to Long Chen's body. Long Chen quickly thrust his tongue into her mouth. It was a wonderful and sweet feeling. That little tongue was like the most delicious food in the world, and it was sucked violently by Long Chen. It wasn't that Long Chen wasn't gentle enough, but that they had been separated for too long. Their yearning was too heavy. Only the most violent impact could completely release the flames of each other. With a flip of his body, Long Chen pinned Lingxi beneath him. His strong arms hugged her tightly as his tongue continued to suck on her. Under Long Chen's assault, Lingxi was completely lost in a very short period of time. This was the person she deeply loved, causing her to completely lose herself. She had always been a quiet girl, but for Long Chen, she could completely release herself and cater to Long Chen. Not only was she releasing her body, she was also releasing her emotions, and more importantly, she was releasing her longing. Waves of heat came from Lingxi's constantly twisting body. The night was hazy and the candlelight was gently trembling. It was still drizzling outside the window. Drip, 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 drip. It made people's hearts flutter. On the bed in the room, in Lingxi's own divine kingdom, there was no need for her to lower her voice. Under Long Chen's demand, intoxicating moans came out from her pink and tender lips. This was the most beautiful woman Long Chen had ever seen. Long Chen's tongue and those big hands that kept wandering around the sensitive parts of her body. Every time he teased her, her body, which had just experienced sexual intercourse, would tremble. His fiery breath made Lingxi's ears itch. She wanted nothing more than to tear her body apart. Chen, be gentle. When Long Chen's fingers passed through the sparse forest covered with water drops, Lingxi uttered intoxicating sounds as if she was sleep-talking. Not only did she not make Long Chen gentle, but she also detonated the last bomb in his body. Long Chen's eyes gradually turned blood red, and the domineering dragon qi was released from his body. This was a kind of absolute and masculine qi that stood at the peak of all living creatures. Under the shroud of this qi, Lingxi felt weak all over and felt dizzy. She looked at Long Chen with blurred eyes and was completely intoxicated. She held Long Chen's broad back like an octopus, and her delicate fingernails left clear blood marks on his back. Both of them could no longer control their own strength. Needless to say, Long Chen had experienced 2/10 of the ancestral dragon essence blood, so his body was strong and firm, while Lingxi was at the peak of the god martial arts realm. In terms of body refining, her seemingly delicate body was definitely stronger than Long Chen's. Fortunately, this was not the real Baiyang town, otherwise, with the situation of Baiyang town, the attic would have been torn down by the two of them. The raging flames burned their clothes to ashes. Long Chen looked down from above, his eyes filled with a domineering light. Below him, that snow-white jade-like tender body was completely naked. She wriggled under him, and fine sweat appeared on her slightly pink, tender and delicate body, which was filled with a fatal temptation. Roar! Little Dragon Chen was raised high into the air, like a sharp scarlet blood sword. It also looked like a blood-colored divine dragon roaring at the heavens. Its entire body was flushed with blood, looking somewhat sinister. Long Chen slowly knelt down. Before he could make a move, Lingxi, who was completely intoxicated by the flames, grabbed Little Dragon Chen and used all her strength to guide it to her body. Don't talk nonsense. Long Chen patted her arm away, knelt on the bed, and looked at Lingxi's beautiful pink face tenderly. Although her eyes were closed and her eyelashes were slightly trembling, Long Chen still knew that she was waiting for him. Although there was still some shyness in the depths of her eyes, it was completely covered by her heat. Gently leaning on Lingxi's snow-white body, Long Chen leaned his head against her ear and said gently, "Protecting you for the rest of my life is the most important destiny of my life. I, Long Chen, was born for you, and exist for you. I love you." After saying that, Long Chen did not look back. He pressed down on Lingxi's soft body and launched the final sprint. His love was cruel. Lingxi let out a suppressed cry of pain, but the expression on her beautiful face was still blissful, because what she needed was this kind of cruel love from Long Chen. This kind of love could make her, who was quiet, hysterical, vent her emotions crazily. The sound of the rain was loud, but even the sound of the rain could not cover the wild venting in this small attic. The two of them used all the strength in their bodies again and again, trying their best to attack, trying their best to cater to the final peak, fighting with their lives on the line. The suppressed moans turned into hysterical panting and moaning. In the end, Long Chen was completely mesmerized by this warm and gentle environment. The moment Lingxi became a woman, she seemed to have an additional layer of motherly brilliance, kind and great, and at the same time, a heart that loved and understood Long Chen. In the madness again and again, no one knew how much time had passed, but it did not stop. Long Chen also thought that it was her first time, and he should take good care of her, but Lingxi was not weak. She did not need to be contacted. What she needed was Long Chen's most passionate attack. Only when they were at their most exhausted did the two of them fall into a deep sleep. Long Chen leaned against Lingxi's chest, sleeping between those two soft and beautiful bunnies. This was the first time he had slept so peacefully, without any worries. Lingxi was like a mother, hugging his head with both her hands, and also closed her eyes in exhaustion. Until the end, her expression was still blissful. In the white fog, there seemed to be a wall, and outside this wall, Little Butterfly was very anxious. "It's been 3 days. Why doesn't Sister Lingxi let me see her? What is she doing?" Little Butterfly was anxious. The furry kitten next to her showed a wretched smile. "They are having sex. Of course they won't let you see her," said Kitten. "What is having sex?" Little Butterfly was very curious. She circled around Kitten and said with a little disdain, "Brother Kitten, your smile is really ugly." Gob Kitten quickly stopped laughing. He approached Little Butterfly and said, "I know you have the ability to transform, and you can do anything. Why don't you turn yourself into a kitten like Brother Kitten, and then turn into a female? I will tell you what having sex is, okay?" Little Butterfly looked at Kitten suspiciously. She always felt that something was wrong, so she said, "No, you tell me what having sex is first. I will turn into a kitten." The kitten was helpless. He thought for a while and his eyes lit up. Pa pa pa, that's it. Only when you become a kitten can I demonstrate it to you. Just listen to me once. Okay, I will listen to Brother Kitten. After saying that, Little Butterfly shook her body and turned into a kitten. Brother Kitten, now can you teach me what having sex is? Little Butterfly said expectantly. Kitten hurriedly ran behind Little Butterfly. When he saw it, he immediately cried and said, "You idiot, I will make you become a female." What is a female? Little Butterfly's eyes widened. Kitten knelt down in front of her. Brother Kitten, come and teach me having sex. Little Butterfly said anxiously. Kitten said angrily, have you ever seen two males having sex? Little Butterfly didn't understand. She no longer counted on Kitten and turned back into a butterfly. After not seeing Lynxie for 3 days, she was very anxious and hit the wall with her wings again and again. Chapter 1050. As Kitten and the 9-Hell Fantasy Butterfly waited in frustration, 3 days later, 2 looming figures finally walked out of the white mist. They were Long Chen and Lynxie. After 3 days and 3 nights of entanglement, both Long Chen and Lynxie had changed. Long Chen's change was mostly psychological. After occupying Lynxie's body, he had an additional responsibility on his shoulders. No matter what he did, he also needed to consider his woman. Lynxie had a fiancé, but she never mentioned it, and Long Chen didn't ask. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Long Chen knew that Lynxie definitely didn't like him, so the fiancé was in love with Long Chen. Therefore, these days of crazy entanglement had solidified the relationship between the two. From today on, there was no turning back. In order to pull Lynxie to his side in a marriage approved by the elders, it was not enough to occupy Lynxie spiritually and physically. Long Chen still lacked the most important thing, that was, the approval of the elders. The husband that the elders prepared for Lynxie must be the top young talent in the 3 emperor domains. Whether it was appearance, life experience, background, strength, potential, etc., he must be a first-class existence. Once he took action, he would be the kind of heaven's favored one who was countless times stronger than Chu Tiange. Moreover, he was also a rare dragon martial artist. With such a person to choose from, how could the elders give a high and mighty goddess to a poor boy from a small place like Long Chen? Therefore, it was not enough to only have Lynxie's heart and body. These days of entanglement were heavy pressure for Long Chen, so he understood what he had to do next. Lynxie didn't think so much. Today, she finally gave her most precious thing to Long Chen. It was enough to make him happy. After successfully transforming into a woman, her mentality slowly began to change from the role of a girl to the role of a wife. She knew that for the sake of love, she should also bear or pay something. The previous childishness disappeared with the impact of Long Chen again and again, and was replaced by a mature charm, which made Lynxie even more charming. Her eyebrows were glowing. Neither of them talked about what was going to happen next. Seeing Long Chen and Lynxie, the 9 Hells Fantasy Butterfly hurriedly rushed up and circled around Lynxie. A lot of words popped out of its mouth like a spring. Sister, what on earth are you doing with Chen? Brother Kitten said that you are making love. Is that true? He doesn't tell me what making love is. Can you show me what making love is? Butterfly wants to see it. A black line flashed on Long Chen's forehead. Without saying anything, he kicked Kitten, who was a scourge to the underage butterfly, away. Lynxie also blushed and didn't know what to say. The 9 Hells Fantasy Butterfly couldn't feel the changes in Lynxie's body during the 3 days. Don't ask too much, Lynxie said perfunctorily to the 9 Hells Fantasy Butterfly. Then she held Long Chen's arm and said sweetly, Chen, I will take you to play everywhere, okay? Long Chen didn't say much. He looked at her lovingly and nodded. Long Chen understood that Lynxie didn't want to talk about the future. She just wanted to live happily together. So Long Chen was very tactful and didn't discuss what the two of them should do next. Should they find a place to hide and live a life of stealing chickens and dogs forever? Or something like that? But no matter how strong Long Chen was, to the other party, stealing the bride was an action that was hated. But when Long Chen was strong to a certain extent, he could use violence to win. In this world, no matter what, the strong would always be respected. He hadn't doted on her for a long time. Long Chen also let her do whatever she wanted. When Lynxie was tired, she knew it was time. Maybe she would tell Long Chen what they should do next. The two came out of Lynxie's wonderland. It was still the same land and scenery. But with the person they loved next to them, everything seemed to be different. Follow me. Lingxi let out a tinkling smile and happily walked in front. Compared to the nine hells illusionary butterfly, she was more like a happy butterfly. Long Chen's face revealed a doting smile. He hurriedly followed behind Lingxi. The two of them fooled around along the way, enjoying the scenery and having a good time. Behind them, Kitten chased them with all his might. The nine hells fantasy butterfly flew over Kitten's head from time to time and then stopped, laughing at Kitten for running too slowly. This scene was very happy. Before, they were still near the prefecture, but now they were heading in the direction of Emperor Dong's palace. If they didn't use the universe-transmitting formation, with the speed of Long Chen and the others, they would actually have to walk a long way to Emperor Dong's palace. However, Long Chen didn't think about these problems. He played with Lingxi and enjoyed the wonderful time when they were together while silently following Lingxi. He didn't ask where Lingxi was going, and he didn't want to ask. She would arrange it for Long Chen. Long Chen could see from the attachment and reluctance in her eyes that she actually had an idea. However, she didn't want to let this idea affect her current mood, so she didn't say anything and had a good time with Long Chen. However, there was still a trace of sadness under that peaceful and beautiful face. It was a long way from the serene Hell Mansion to the Eastern Royal Domain. Along the way, there was laughter and joy between the two. At this time, Lingxi was more like a happy butterfly, flying among the flowers, on the grass, and above the river. No matter how she released herself, Long Chen always stood behind her quietly to protect her. The two of them lived a life of fantasy. When they were tired, they would sleep, and from time to time, they would make some delicious food. If they came across a city, they would go shopping and buy anything that Lingxi thought looked good to decorate her body. Her beauty was already at the level of devastatingly beautiful, and with a bit of makeup, she was even more stunning. Along the way, there was endless laughter and laughter. Lingxi never revealed the worries in the bottom of her heart. In front of Long Chen, she was always a happy little elf. During the day, the two played in front of Long Chen. At night, they would snuggle together and quietly count the stars in the sky. As they counted, Lingxi would fall asleep quietly. As long as Long Chen was by her side, she would sleep especially peacefully. Stroking the hair on her temples, Long Chen had never felt so peaceful. It seemed that as long as this woman was in his arms, his life would not be blank. For this moment of peace, Long Chen had fought for 7 years. Maybe, 7 years is not my limit. After Lingxi fell asleep, Long Chen gently wrote these words on the ground with his finger. During the day, they continued to move forward. Which direction was it? Where was Lingxi going? Long Chen never asked. He played his role well, accompanying her to eat, drink, play, and sleep. He also enjoyed it. Even the former Lingxi was not like this. She was completely a happy angel, bringing countless smiles to Long Chen. Long Chen did not know exactly how many days had passed. It could have been a month or 2. When they came across a city, they would go in and take a stroll, or buy some trinkets for Lingxi to carry on her head, or go to some famous restaurants, or play tricks on some bad people. When they came across mountains and rivers, they did not let go of them. Time passed day by day like this. Even the kitten and the 9 hells fantasy butterfly were driven crazy by Long Chen and Lu Li. The kitten and the butterfly followed behind the two of them and sighed as they looked at them. The way the two of them were playing with each other made it seem like they were going to waste their entire lives in a short period of time. Brother Kitten, what's wrong with them? They are so strange and inexplicable. Even 9 hells fantasy butterfly could see that there was something wrong with them. Kitten pretended to be very emotional and said, "Love is something that a little thing like you will not understand. Brother Kitten, tell me quickly." Little butterfly was anxious. That is, after all the hardships they've gone through, they've finally met. They're very, very happy, and they want to live like this forever, but they realize that it's too early. They don't have the power to bear the consequences, so this is their final madness. The kitten could see clearly. Although they seemed to be very relaxed, as long as they did not go to the Sword Spirit Imperial Domain and take Lingxi away, their time together would not be peaceful. Although Lingxi did not care and could follow along with Long Chen could not. His unyielding character, as well as his pride, would not allow his woman to live a life of hiding, especially after he had a physical relationship with Lingxi. 9 hells fantasy butterfly did not understand at all. It looked at Kitten with disdain and flew towards its sister Lingxi. From the serene Hell Mansion to the Emperor Dong's palace, with the speed of their sightseeing, It took them about half a year. During this time, Long Chen felt like he was living in a dream. Undoubtedly, he felt that he was very happy, and Lingxi was even happier than him. Along the way, the two of them experienced all kinds of life and laughed incessantly. As long as it was something that made them happy, Long Chen would accompany Lingxi to do it. Spiritual entanglement and physical entanglement. Every time, it was so intense and crazy. Long Chen couldn't even remember just how many times he had entangled with this beautiful woman in his arms. Along the way, there were traces of them left behind. Every time, they blocked Kitten and Nine Hells Fantasy Butterfly outside and could only stare at them. It was very beautiful when no one disturbed them. Chapter 1051. This is Emperor Dong's palace. Is it our goal? Seeing this city, Long Chen hesitated. It had been half a year. He realized that the happy days seemed to have come to an end. Emperor Dong's palace was like a mountain, lying in front of Long Chen. No, it's not our goal. Lingxi felt a little lost. It could be said that she had been completely intoxicated in Long Chen's arms for the past half a year. She forgot everything. When the destination appeared in front of her, a trace of fear flashed in the depths of her eyes. Long Chen gently held her waist and looked at the golden city in front of him. Then what is our goal? Long Chen asked. You will know through the transmitting formation in Emperor Dong's palace. Lingxi forced a smile. It seemed that half a year was almost enough. Lingxi still had a lot of reluctance in her heart. There are many experts in Emperor Dong's palace. I can only take you through the universe transmitting formation as soon as possible. You go to Lingxi's Wonderland first. Long Chen nodded. After arriving at the Spirit Dawn Immortal Realm, about a quarter of an hour had passed. Long Chen felt the space distort. This kind of distortion was a little hard to bear, but luckily he was staying in the Spirit Dawn Immortal Realm, so he was not affected too much. This kind of distortion did not last for long, and had already passed. When Long Chen came out, he discovered that he was in the middle of a towering green mountain, surrounded by white clouds, white fog. This place was like the legendary real immortal realm. A gust of spiritual qi of grass and wood came to his face. The Emperor's spiritual qi is almost a dozen times richer than in the Eastern Royal Domain. This is... Long Chen looked around and breathed a little. His whole body felt very comfortable. Lingxi tossed aside all the worries in her heart and smiled sweetly. After half a year of transformation, the current Lingxi had become more and more bewitching. Even in terms of figure, Long Chen had forged it a lot better. It was enough to compare to some of the top devilish figures. Chen, follow me. Holding Long Chen's broad hand, Lingxi walked in a certain direction. They passed through the Cyan Mountains and broke through the thick white fog. About 10 days had passed. On the way, Lingxi suddenly became less talkative, and she was not as happy as before. When a city comparable to or even more magnificent than Emperor Dong's palace appeared in front of Long Chen, Lingxi finally cried. She squatted on the ground and couldn't help crying. Chen, I didn't bring you here on purpose. Tears blurred Lingxi's eyes. Long Chen gently lifted her tearful face with his palm. His eyes were full of tenderness. In fact, Long Chen was not a fool. When Lingxi took him through the universe transmitting formation in Emperor Dong's palace, he had roughly guessed that this was their destination. Little Shi, listen to me for a while. Long Chen helped her up and hugged her by the waist. The two of them looked at the dazzling city amidst the towering mountains. Golden light flickered in Long Chen's eyes. He smiled and whispered into Lingxi's ear. This half a year has been the happiest and most wonderful time of my life. This was bestowed upon me by you. No matter what, I still have to thank the heavens for bestowing you upon me. You are the most precious gift of my life. Lingxi stopped crying. She suddenly felt that she had underestimated this man too much. He could actually see through the worry hidden in her happiness with a single glance. Chen. Lingxi didn't know what to say. She held Long Chen's waist tightly and squeezed herself into Long Chen's arms. Long Chen stroked her long hair and said, In fact, I know a lot more about the current situation than you do. I just didn't say it because you were happy. Whether we are happy or not depends more on how much strength I have. Now I am only at the second level of the divine martial arts realm, which is far from enough. Lingxi hurriedly said, Chen, you are amazing. You are the best man I have ever seen. In 7 years, you have reached this level and can even kill a warrior at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm. You are the most powerful genius I have ever seen. You just lost to time. As long as you have time, you will definitely be invincible. I believe in you. Lingxi was the person who understood Long Chen the most. She even saw Long Chen obtain the blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon. Therefore, even though she was stronger than Long Chen, she still admired this man and was fascinated by his strong arms. Long Chen smiled and said, "All right, little Shi, there's no excuse for being weak. I currently don't have enough strength, so I'm guilty. I've been incomparably happy for the past half a year. If I could have another half a year, I would be wild with joy. But in this half a year, it's like I've wasted my time. My strength hasn't improved at all." "I am sorry, Chen. I have held you back," Lingxi said, feeling wronged. Long Chen patted her little head and said, "Don't be silly. It has nothing to do with you. In fact, you already knew my final decision in your heart. That is why you brought me here." In front of them was the entire dragon sacrificial continent, the true holy land of martial arts. And Lingxi nodded in a soft voice. She didn't say where she was going along the way. In fact, she was considering everything for Long Chen. She knew that even if she didn't make this choice, Long Chen would eventually make the same choice. "All right." Long Chen smiled. Lingxi was indeed the person who understood him the best. He understood in his heart that before he had absolute strength, happiness was just an illusion. This half a year could be considered as an experience for him. Lingxi's early arrival was a huge surprise for Long Chen. Long Chen had also enjoyed himself for the past half a year. Now was the time to pay the bill. He was fearless. "Little Shi, tell me how you arranged it," Long Chen said quietly. Lingxi didn't dare to say it. Under Long Chen's encouragement, she finally said, "Chen, can you forgive me for making the decision on my own? I believe in your decision." Long Chen looked at her firmly. For Lingxi, this was enough. Such a man moved her to tears again. Looking at the huge building in front of her, Lingxi said, "This city, which is even bigger than Emperor Dong's palace, is called the Sacred Martial Palace. In the core of the true martial imperial domain, there are about 100 sacred martial palaces. Each sacred martial palace has a passageway that leads to the true martial imperial palace. To enter the true martial imperial palace, one must first enter the sacred martial palace. The disciples of the Sacred Martial Palace are considered the outer sect disciples of the true Martial Imperial Palace. There are millions of people in each Sacred Martial Palace. In fact, Long Chen had more or less understood it. "I'll enter the Sacred Martial Palace first, and then the true Martial Imperial Palace. This is the true sacred place of the pinnacle of martial arts on the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. Only here can I receive the pinnacle challenge, the pinnacle of martial arts, and the pinnacle of status and influence. Among the humans, the true Martial Imperial Palace is the only one that can completely rival the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace. Only by climbing to the highest position in the true Martial Imperial Palace can I truly have the status and strength to take you away." This sacred place of martial arts made the blood in Long Chen's body boil. He had an illusion that he was born for this place. Apart from Lingxi, the path of martial arts was the most important pursuit for Long Chen. Lingxi didn't dare to raise her head. This was indeed her plan. "Chen, if I do this, will you abandon me because I'm too troublesome? I'm so scared, but I have no other choice. I don't want to be born in the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace and have a marriage since I was young. I want to be an ordinary girl, but my fate isn't good. I've let you down. I've made you suffer a lot." Long Chen knew that she would feel such pressure. He smiled and shook his head. "Don't think too much. Everyone has their own pursuits. Since I've fallen in love with you and even possessed you, you are already a part of my body. While I'm working hard, I'm not only doing it for you, but also for myself. A man needs to find his own dignity. If a man wants to live with dignity, there's only one way, and that is to stand at the pinnacle of all living beings. What you give me isn't pressure, but fighting spirit." Lingxi's method was correct. If they continued to be together, there would be a day when a powerful force would take Lingxi away and Long Chen's dignity would be swept to the ground. He might not even be able to recover from this setback and spend his life in pain. But now, after half a year of being together, he had already indulged himself. As a man, Long Chen had to face his own goals. The heart of an expert throbbed in his body. Hugging Lingxi tightly, Long Chen smiled and asked, "Little Shi, tell me, what level do I have to reach to snatch you back to my side and let you be my Long Chen's woman?" Lingxi didn't have the heart to say it. To me, cultivation level is just a number. Long Chen emphasized. Lingxi pondered for a moment and said while gritting her teeth, "At least, you should be stronger than Wang Chen. His cultivation level is about the same as mine, but he has the inherited blood essence of a void refinement realm demon dragon. Moreover, he absorbed all of it. His combat power is unparalleled among the younger generation of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace." Void refinement realm demon dragon. Looks like it wasn't an ordinary dragon. Lingxi nodded and said, "Yes, a void refinement realm demon dragon. Of course, it isn't at the same level as the ancestral dragon. However, a void refinement realm demon dragon has a very high status among the divine dragons. It's a very famous existence among the demonic dragons and has the ability to void refinement realm." Long Chen estimated that it would be slightly stronger than the red-horned devil dragon. Moreover, it absorbed all of it. In this case, it would be very difficult to deal with that person from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. However, to Long Chen, experts were meant to be trampled on. That's me. When I looked down on the younger generation of the true martial Emperor Palace, I already had the strength to compete with them. That day won't be far away. Wang Chen's strength was actually within Long Chen's estimation. Lingxi's decision was also to protect Long Chen. Only in the true martial Emperor Palace, the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace couldn't do anything to Long Chen. "Chen, it won't be easy. The number of people in the true martial Emperor Palace is already over 100 million. It will be very difficult to get first place. However, you don't have to worry. I have plenty of time to wait for you. As long as you're here, I can come and see you anytime." Long Chen understood this point. Chapter 1052. In the past 6 months, Long Chen had a lot of thoughts. This was the time when he could calm down and think about his future. His thinking was the same as Lingxi's. "I know where you are in the 3 great emperor domains. I know you are still alive. Even if we can't be together, I can still inquire about your news. I can hear that you are getting stronger and stronger. I can hear that you have created one miracle after another. I am satisfied. I know that one day, you will come and take me away. At that time, I will follow you without any hesitation." Squeezing into Long Chen's arms, Lingxi said softly, "I will wait for you. Whether it is 10 years, 20 years, or 100 years, I can wait. You don't have to worry about me. I have Dai to accompany me. I am also working hard. I can also think of you. Knowing that you are working hard with me, even if we don't have to be together all the time, I still feel very happy." Worried that Long Chen would misunderstand, Lingxi said a lot. In fact, Long Chen understood. He gently stroked Lingxi's long hair and said, "This is not only your decision, but also mine. Don't think too much. Just go back obediently. Trust me, you won't have to wait for a long time." "Yes." Lingxi nodded her head heavily. This was what she believed the most. In front of them, the city entrenched on the 100,000 mountain range was shining brightly under the radiance of the sun. This city was in front of them, blocking their way. Long Chen took a deep breath and finally decided to face his life bravely. He was a man. He couldn't indulge in the land of gentleness. His competitors were too strong. Therefore, he had to become a true peak expert to be able to be a man. He didn't need Lingxi to protect him. This wasn't his habit. In his eyes, no matter how strong Lingxi's cultivation was, she was just a weak woman. Separation was inevitable, but a rational separation this time could be exchanged for peace and fearlessness the next time they reunited. If that was the case, after being together for half a year, they chose a method that was better for both of them. Long Chen had already thought it through. The name True Martial Emperor Palace filled him with fighting spirit. If nothing unexpected happened, this place would definitely be the pinnacle force of the dragon sacrificial continent. A place like this was countless times stronger than Emperor East's palace. This was his final destination. This was the battlefield that belonged to him, Long Chen. Here he could make the fastest progress. The true martial emperor soul hadn't been activated for half a year, and the surging dragon blood divine energy hadn't been used for half a year. This Long Chen wasn't himself at all. "Little she." Long Chen suddenly smiled. Lingxi enjoyed the last bit of warmth in his arms, and then she raised her head. "I can see that as long as we work hard, the future will be beautiful. You didn't allow me to talk about the future before, but now it's okay, right?" Lingxi also revealed a smile, like a blooming lotus, incomparably beautiful. When the sun set, it was probably the time for them to separate. Lingxi had already brought Long Chen to the entrance of the true martial emperor palace, and then she would leave. After a moment of silence, Long Chen said, "It seems that you've never told me much about Wang Chen. What's going on?" Long Chen was a person who bore grudges. He still remembered the punch that Wang Chao gave him. Now, it seemed that Wang Chao's strength was above the 7th level of the divine martial realm. As for his brother Wang Chen, who possessed the inheritance blood of the void refinement realm demonic dragon, Long Chen had never seen him before, but he felt that this person was like a fated enemy of his, like a shadow. Speaking of Wang Chen, Lingxi didn't feel any disgust towards him, but there was some reverence in her eyes. She said slowly, "This person's experience is somewhat similar to yours. His family was originally a first-rate family in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, and the elders in his family were the mainstays of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Many of the young experts were also geniuses of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, such as Wang Chao. However, Wang Chen wasn't like that. When he was young, there were problems with his meridians, so he couldn't cultivate. He was ridiculed and humiliated, and there were many young geniuses in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, such as Wang Chao. However, Wang Chen wasn't like that. When he was young, there were problems with his meridians, so he couldn't cultivate. He was ridiculed and humiliated, and there were many young geniuses in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, such as Wang Chao. However, Wang Chen wasn't like that. When he was young, there were problems with his meridians, so he couldn't cultivate. He was ridiculed and humiliated, and there were many young geniuses in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, such as Wang Chao. However, Wang Chen wasn't like that. Long Chen frowned. Generally speaking, people who didn't have a smooth life when they were young would become very terrifying after they obtained the power to reverse the situation. I was only born after my father took him in as his disciple. When I was young, I often hung out with him. However, he didn't speak much, and I treated him like a big brother. Who would have thought that my father would suddenly betroth me to him in front of everyone? When I was young, I didn't understand what betrothal meant. Later on, when I understood, I didn't like him. Although he was a good person, there was always a strange feeling about him. Later on, I ran out to play, and then I met the Lingxi sword. From Lingxi's simple description, Long Chen roughly understood. "Oh right, I haven't told you yet. My father is one of the 5 sword masters of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The Sword Master is an existence second only to the legendary Sword Spirit Emperor. However, since I was young, I've never heard of the Sword Spirit Emperor. If you want to marry me, I'm afraid you'll have to go through my father." After saying that, Lingxi's face revealed a bitter expression. Obviously, her father was someone even more difficult to deal with than Wang Chen. Moreover, he was Wang Chen's master, and the matter of betrothal was personally announced by him. "But you don't have to worry. I'm still young. If I want to get married, it'll at least be after I'm 100 years old. Moreover, I don't want to get married, so they can't do anything about it. My father still loves me very much." Lingxi quickly added. The power of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Through Lingxi's introduction, Long Chen more or less had a general picture of it in his mind. "Little Shi, your father is one of the 5 sword masters. What's the strength of a sword master?" Long Chen asked with concern. He had a premonition that if he wanted to snatch this girl, Lingxi, he might have to go through this cheap father-in-law. Although it was difficult, Long Chen didn't regret it. He wasn't a person who would retreat in the face of difficulties. His woman must be in his arms. Moreover, he had already taken possession of Lingxi. Therefore, no matter how difficult it was, Long Chen wouldn't frown. Lingxi bit her lips and said, "I'm not sure about the Swordmaster, but I'm sure that he has already surpassed the God Martial Realm and reached the Nirvana Realm of the 2 Retribution Realms. As for the specifics, I don't know. However, the Sword Spirit Great Emperor of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace hasn't shown his face for tens of thousands of years. Normally, everything in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace is under the control of the 5 Great Sword Masters. The 5 Great Sword Masters control the 5 supreme divine weapons of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace that can shake the heaven and earth and tear the universe apart. According to the legends, the 5 supreme divine weapons from the ancient times are far above the God realm. I've never seen my father in action, but sometimes, my father is really a scary person. You're only 20 years old today, which means that I have about 80 years to reach the peak of the God Martial Realm, or even break through to the level of the immemorial blood spirit dragon. Thinking up to this point, Long Chen felt quite relaxed. At the very least, he had plenty of time. Of course, for others it would be very difficult. Speaking of the 5 ancient divine weapons, Long Chen suddenly thought of the Lingxi sword. In the past 6 months, he hadn't seen the Lingxi sword. That mysterious Lingxi sword had accompanied Long Chen for a long time. Long Chen thought of it and mentioned it to Lingxi. When she heard this question, Lingxi was obviously startled. Then she said, "The Lingxi sword. I came out in a hurry, so I didn't bring it with me." From her flickering eyes, Long Chen felt that she was hiding something from him. He didn't say anything else, but looked deeply into Lingxi's eyes. Under Long Chen's gaze, Lingxi felt a little uncomfortable, so she could only say, "I can't tell you where it is now, but it doesn't matter. It just left me temporarily. One day it will come back." Lingxi's words were strange. Seeing the embarrassment in her eyes, Long Chen didn't ask more. He didn't want to put any pressure on Lingxi. If there was any trouble, Lingxi would definitely tell him when the time came. Right, there's one last thing. Speaking of the missing Lingxi sword, Lingxi changed the topic and said, "The nameless combat skill from the killing god only has one last restriction left. I'll help you break it first." Long Chen nodded. The reason why the nameless battle skill was called the nameless battle skill was because Yi Wuxiang did not know what it was called. Yi Wuxiang had never used it before. The most basic point was that the restriction on it was extremely high level. Yi Wuxiang had not found a way to break through it. And Lingxi was an absolute restriction expert. Outside the sacred martial palace, Long Chen and Lingxi found a suitable quiet place. Then they entered Lingxi's wonderland. In there, Long Chen could pass the nameless combat skill to Lingxi without worrying about others sensing it. The nameless combat skill was actually a translucent ball. Before the restriction was broken, it didn't look special. Looking at Lingxi's snow-white and slender fingers moving around the gray ball, Long Chen suddenly recalled that a long time ago, she had broken the restriction on the dragon seal for him. At that time, Lingxi was only a 2-centimeter tall god martial soul. But now, she was already a great beauty that could make people go crazy. Chapter 1053. Long Chen's eyes shifted to the nameless combat skill in Lingxi's hand. The restriction on the combat skill was very complicated. Because Long Chen was not in a hurry, Lingxi chose to slowly unravel it. Today, she had reached the last step. As long as she unraveled the last step, she would know what it was. After about 4 hours, Lingxi opened her eyes and took 2 steps back. She was a little tired, so Long Chen hurried to help her. "It's done. Put your hand on it and hold it. You'll know what it is." Lingxi was actually filled with a sense of accomplishment to be able to do one last thing for Long Chen. Looking at this young man who was already her man, her eyes were filled with too much expectation and love. After she recovered for a while, Long Chen's eyes shifted to the rotating sphere in the air. It was originally the size of a palm, but at this moment, it was emitting 9 misty colors. The colors were very faint, so it could be seen that the real good thing was definitely hidden very deeply in the sphere. Just what kind of combat skill is this? Killing god Yi Wuxiang had kept it for his entire life. It was definitely something good. Without saying anything, Long Chen gently moved his palm towards the sphere. When his palm came into contact with the sphere and quickly grasped it in his hand, Long Chen's expression changed greatly. Dragon roars could be heard coming from the vibrating sphere. A total of 9 roars reverberated in Long Chen's body. Chen. Seeing the change in Long Chen's expression, Lingxi was very anxious. However, Long Chen was fine. He waved at Lingxi with some joy, then carefully felt the thing in the nameless combat skill. The hidden information was transmitted to Long Chen's mind bit by bit. When he came into contact with the first piece of information, Long Chen did as he was told. He fused a drop of his blood into the sphere, and immediately, the sphere completely stuck to his hand. It melted into liquid and mixed into the blood vessels in his body, disappearing in an instant. This pearl had already completely fused into Long Chen's blood and dispersed to every part of his body. Long Chen's entire body trembled. The god-murdering sword formation, the 9 layers of death prison, these powerful battle skills could not compare to the nameless combat skill. The nameless combat skill was extraordinary. In this scene, and the restriction that only a grandmaster like Lingxi could undo, it was definitely a precious treasure. The level of the battle skill was very, very high. The sphere had already fused into his body. Long Chen thought that there were no changes. At this moment, on one hand, a lot of information appeared in his mind, and on the other hand, there was an earth-shattering change in his countless blood vessels. A total of 9 rays of light appeared in Long Chen's blood vessels, heading towards Long Chen's organs. Upon closer inspection, one could see that these 9 rays of light were actually 9 faint dragon shadows. Every dragon looked different to Long Chen, and they were all dragons that Long Chen had never seen before. The only dragons that he had seen were the crimson-horned demon dragon, the golden lightning dragon, and the ancient blood spirit dragon. The shadows of these mystical dragons were of all shapes and sizes. These are all the same dragon souls as the golden lightning dragon residing in the soul-chasing hell thunder. Furthermore, the power of each dragon soul is similar to that of the golden lightning dragon. More importantly, what shocked Long Chen was that the 9 dragon souls had actually been refined together using a mysterious secret method to form a battle skill that tempered the organs and used the power of the organs to unleash a powerful killing move. In this battle skill, the 9 dragon souls were only the source of power. The true battle skill was in Long Chen's mind. To think that someone would be able to gather the dragon souls and use them as a catalyst to create such a powerful battle technique. Even though most of the incomplete dragon souls have lost their sentience, the fact that they were able to gather all 9 of them and refine them into a part of the battle technique is still a shocking feat. The divine dragon swam through his veins and finally settled in Long Chen's organs, completely fusing with them. Long Chen felt his body squirm. What shocked him was that after the fusion of the dragon souls, his organs underwent a transformation and became even stronger. There were even scales of various colors appearing on them. A vast life force supported Long Chen's entire body. A tremendous inner strength radiated from Long Chen's body. Long Chen realized that his body's reaction speed, the circulation of his organs, the circulation of his blood, the circulation of the dragon blood divine energy, and the squirming of his meridians had all increased in intensity and speed. This was a kind of inner strength. Under the nourishment of the 9 divine dragons, Long Chen's recovery speed and other aspects had all increased once again. From the information in his mind, he could read that this battle skill was called the 9 Dragon Scripture. The 9 Dragon Scripture was a nameless battle skill. The information did not state who the 9 Dragon Scripture originated from, nor did it state the grade of the 9 Dragon Scripture. However, the person who could create the 9 Dragon Scripture was definitely a heaven-defying genius. Although Long Chen had never seen the power of the 9 Dragon Scripture, how could it be weak when it was so miraculous? Mystical dragons all had their own attributes. Among these mystical dragons with different appearances, Long Chen could sense the powers of water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, trees, and so on. There were even some that were dark and demonic, and some that were just unrighteous. He already had the dragon soul of the golden thunder nether dragon and the horn of the crimson-horned demon dragon. With the addition of the 9 Dragon Scripture, his entire body was now occupied by dragons. It's a pity that I can't cultivate the 9 Dragon Scripture yet. From the information in his mind, Long Chen learned that the 9 Dragon Scripture could mobilize a total of 9 divine dragons in one's body. In order to excavate and even control the power of the dragon soul, the first thing to do was to obtain a dragon scale of the same attribute. That was a true dragon scale. Although it was fine as long as it was of the same attribute, it wasn't that easy to find. Long Chen explained everything to Lingxi. Lingxi was a little surprised. You need a dragon scale as a primer to cultivate it. Such a battle skill is probably a 9th grade divine skill. But you don't have to worry. Dragon blood inheritance is rare, but in ancient times, every divine dragon had countless scales. Millions of divine dragons in battle would cause their scales to fall off, and dragon scales can be preserved for countless years without being damaged. Dragon scales are what the primordial divine dragons left behind the most, and they have great uses. Whether it's making runes and puppet beasts, forging divine weapons, or refining pills, even dragon scales will be of great help to cultivation. If you look carefully, you can still find dragon scales. But it's best not to reveal this 9th grade divine battle skill for now, lest others snatch it from you. Long Chen understood this point. One shouldn't flaunt one's wealth. Although Long Chen had already expected the nameless battle skill to be precious, today's display had exceeded Long Chen's expectations. With the 9 Dragon Scripture, even if Long Chen didn't obtain any other battle skills in the true Martial Emperor Palace, he would be able to shake the heavens and earth for several years. Long Chen had this kind of heroic feeling in his heart. The true Martial Emperor Palace was the place where he could truly rise, the place where he could dominate. Although he couldn't cultivate it in a short period of time, Long Chen predicted that it wouldn't take long. He realized that the 9 Dragons scripture actually didn't have a fixed grade. Just like the Scarlet Blood Sky Desolate, Long Chen was a dragon martial artist. If he used the 9 Dragons scripture, he would have a great advantage. The phantoms of 9 divine dragons were entrenched in his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Long Chen would only know what these 9 divine dragons were when he successfully cultivated it. Each divine dragon only had 1 drop of inheritance blood essence. Its dragon soul could be divided into hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of parts, and there could be billions of dragon scales on its body. From this probability, the inheritance blood essence was the most precious, followed by the dragon soul, and finally the dragon scales. If Long Chen could obtain the ancestral dragon's blood essence, it could be considered that he had obtained the world's pinnacle treasure. If he had a background like Lingxi's, he would have long been one of the pinnacle figures in the 3 great emperor domains. Long Chen suppressed the matter of the 9 Dragons scripture. Lingxi had already done the last thing for him. At this moment, she was looking at him in a daze. Compared to the heart-wrenching parting from the last time, there was only a faint trace of melancholy this time. The last time was because he had been forced, but this time, it was because of their rationality. They looked at each other without saying a word. Although it was different from the last time, the love they had for each other was deeper and deeper. It had completely penetrated into their bones, especially the entanglement of their bodies. That feeling of becoming one was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The scene changed. Lingxi's wonderland had already disappeared. She was surrounded by towering green mountains and vast, calm waters. White fog lingered and hundreds of birds chirped. This was the most central part of the true martial emperor domain. It was like a mythical wonderland. It was already night time. Long Chen didn't say much. For the last time, he tyrannically embraced Lingxi in his arms and removed her clothes. Kitten and the 9 Hells fantasy butterfly were still trapped in Lingxi's wonderland. This also represented Lingxi's needs. Otherwise, why would she not release Kitten when she was about to leave? For the last time, the 2 of them were more open than usual. They used the sky as their bed and the earth as their mat. They slept together with the sun and the moon. When they were exhausted and drenched in sweat, the sun had already risen from the east. In the midst of the haze, Long Chen stretched out his hand and grasped it. There was nothing beside him. Startled, Long Chen quickly jumped up. Her figure had long disappeared from his vision. This feeling of loneliness made Long Chen's eyes turn red and bloodshot. Although he was already prepared, at this moment, his heart still felt empty. That feeling of emptiness was incomparably uncomfortable. At the place where the sun rose was the glorious golden sacred martial palace. Chapter 1054. Long Chen didn't say anything. He knew what he had to do. As long as he kept improving, no matter where he went, Lingxi wouldn't be able to escape from him. Let's go. Lingxi's aura had disappeared and was replaced by his blood boiling. After spending half a year with Lingxi, he had returned to the hot-blooded life of fighting, which was also a part of Long Chen. Lingxi's arrival this time had taught Long Chen a lesson, and that was that only strength was the only way to protect one's own dignity. Everything else was bullshit, and one could not rely on luck to be of any use. Void Refinement Realm Demonic Dragon and one of the 5 Great Sword Masters. Long Chen knew that these might be the final opponents he had to deal with. The goal was no longer as far away as before. The sacred martial palace was right under Long Chen's feet. In the true martial imperial domain, there are hundreds of such sacred martial palaces, and each sacred martial palace has a real passage to the true martial imperial palace. In each sacred martial palace, there are millions of outer sect disciples of the true martial imperial palace who are working hard to enter the inner sect. And the real true martial imperial palace has hundreds of millions of disciples. Long Chen gasped. It was indeed worthy of being the peak force of the dragon sacrificial continent, the existence that represented the peak of martial arts, the real holy land of martial arts. Even he had 10,000 disciples. Judging from the strength of the serene Hell Mansion and Emperor Dong's palace, it was estimated that people below the god martial realm couldn't enter the true martial imperial palace. In fact, it was very difficult to find a warrior in the sky martial realm in the outer sect of the sacred martial palace, let alone the true martial imperial palace. Long Chen couldn't cultivate the 9 Dragons scripture for the time being, but at least he could enter the true martial emperor palace. His divine essence was at the 2nd tier of the divine martial realm, and because of his miraculous physique, It was tens of thousands of times stronger. Coupled with the god-slaying sword formation and scarlet blood eternal desolation, his true combat strength was close to the level of Underworld Emperor Gao Yan, who was at the 5th tier of the divine martial realm and had passed the devouring fire tribulation. Moreover, when he fought with Chu Tiange, Long Chen kept his arm. When he threw the severed limb to Su Shao Dai, Long Chen also took Chu Tiange's storage ring. Chu Tiange was a careful person, so he didn't bring the real treasures with him. However, in addition to the 20,000 divine gems, Long Chen also obtained 2 other good things. Like the god-killing sword formation, they were both 6th-grade divine skills. The first one was the Tai Bai sword prison that Chu Tiange used at the beginning to trap Long Chen. Without the attack power of the 6th LV of the god martial realm or above, it would be difficult to destroy the Tai Bai sword prison. The second one was more useful, and that was the divine combat skill, the undying sword body. As long as Long Chen used sword skills, the undying sword body could display sword skills of the same level. Long Chen had experienced the power of the undying sword body before. It was like facing 2 people at the same time. During this half a year, Long Chen hadn't been diligently cultivating. However, with his comprehension ability, he had already more or less comprehended the 2 great combat skills. Since he had just entered the true martial emperor palace, he must have started from the bottom. The strength of the enemies at the bottom was only between the 1st and 4th LV of the god martial realm. Long Chen didn't feel any pressure to deal with them. The 3 6th-grade divine skills were more than enough. Even the killing tribulation of the Yi clan was enough for him to deal with his opponents. Long Chen's goal was to lurk in the true martial emperor palace, improve himself, and dig out the use of the 9 Dragons scripture. The 9 Dragons scripture was a combat skill that was much more terrifying than the 3 6th-grade divine skills. The fighting spirit gradually burned in Long Chen's heart. Looking at the majestic sacred martial palace below him, Long Chen strode up. A new challenge was burning. What was waiting for him? When Long Chen walked into the sacred martial palace, hundreds of miles away, a girl in a snow-white dress was floating in the air. Her dress was fluttering, and on her shoulder, a 9-colored butterfly was fluttering. "Sister Lingxi, are we going to leave like this?" asked the 9 Jails fantasy butterfly. "Yes. Staying by his side will distract his attention and delay his cultivation." Lingxi bit her soft and tender lips. No matter how much reluctance she had in her heart, she had no choice but to consider things for her man. "Then where are we going next? We definitely can't go back. That person is still in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace." The 9 Jails fantasy butterfly was a little annoyed. "Where are we going? Let's walk around and then come back to see him. I'll be satisfied just by looking at him from afar." Thinking of her man, Lingxi revealed a proud smile. "It's all your fault. You used that soul-splitting technique to get that person out. Although she can temporarily act as you, I feel that she's weird. She's not a good person. She even took Lingxi's sword. If she's exposed, the people from the Imperial Palace will have to capture you." Lingxi didn't have a regretful expression on her face. She said, "This is the only way I can get out of the Imperial Palace. If she can really play this role well, of course I will thank her. Don't think too much. Just go with the flow and be at ease. The only thing I can do now is to wait. Secondly, I also have to improve myself. I can't even be inferior to that person." The 9 Jails fantasy butterfly wasn't very comfortable. Is it worth it for a Chen? It didn't understand love, so it would never understand it. Long Chen started a new beginning for himself. There were many secrets on Lingxi, waiting for him to uncover them when he was strong enough. In front of him was the 50-meter-tall magnificent gate of the sacred martial palace. Although it was called a palace, it was actually a huge city built on top of a mountain of 100,000 meters. It was like a palace that had descended from the sky. At first glance, there was only the city wall. As for the buildings in the city, they were all hidden in the clouds. The sacred martial palace was located in the endless mountains, far away from the secular world. Even a warrior in the divine martial arts realm would find it difficult to cross the mountains and find his way here. Therefore, the people who came here were all dedicated to pursuing martial arts. At the gate of the sacred martial palace, there was a group of warriors guarding it. There were about a dozen of them, but it gave Long Chen the feeling that the sacred martial palace was empty. Without any hesitation, Long Chen walked over. The dozen of them quickly noticed Long Chen, but they just glanced at him. When Long Chen approached, One of them took out a piece of parchment and said, "Register your information on this piece of paper. After passing a small test, you can enter the sacred martial palace and become a candidate for the true martial emperor palace's disciple." The one who spoke was at the second level of the divine martial arts realm, and the others were also at the second level of the divine martial arts realm. Surrounded by the crowd, a warrior at the exceptional realm of the second level of the divine martial arts realm was sitting on a lounge chair. His clothes were slightly different from the others, and his cultivation was also the strongest among them. Without saying anything, Long Chen filled in his name, background, realm, age, and other information on the parchment in great detail. "You are only 23 years old." A man stood next to him, watching Long Chen fill in the form. "Yes." Long Chen continued to fill in the form without turning his head. All of a sudden, without saying anything, the man signaled with his eyes. In an instant, several warriors at the second LV divine martial realm surrounded Long Chen. In an instant, almost all of them attacked at the same time. The man standing behind Long Chen punched at the back of Long Chen's waist ruthlessly. Long Chen had already noticed his small movements. Without turning around, the hand that was holding the pen quickly moved behind him at an incredible speed. When the other party was about to punch him, Long Chen threw the pen in his hand into the sky. The next moment, his palm had already grasped the other party's palm. The fist of a warrior at the second LV divine martial realm was unexpectedly grasped by Long Chen, making him unable to move. That person was greatly shocked. As soon as he tried his best to withdraw his hand, Long Chen kicked him in the lower abdomen and sent him flying. Before the crowd could be shocked, the other people who had surrounded them were all kicked and sent flying. Long Chen did not use too much strength, so they could stand up quickly. At this moment, Long Chen took the pen that he had just thrown into the sky. Holding the paper in one hand and the pen in the other, Long Chen asked, "Do you need more advice?" Those who had been hit by him looked at each other. Long Chen's speed was so fast that they could not see Long Chen's movements at all. The man sitting on the recliner opened his eyes and looked at Long Chen in shock. After a long while, he let out a breath and said, "You have cultivated a very powerful body-refining combat skill and your speed is top-notch. From now on, you are a member of the Sacred Martial Palace. I am Gong Sun Tu, one of the true martial messengers from the Imperial Palace. Your performance is very good. I hope to see you in the Imperial Palace." He was only 23 years old, but he had already reached the second LV divine martial realm. He could be considered a young genius with extraordinary combat strength. With a little training, it would not be a problem for such a person to enter the true martial Imperial Palace. He just needed to pass the assessment of the true martial messengers stationed in the Sacred Martial Palace. Therefore, Gong Sun Tu simply let Long Chen pass. He could also make another friend. "Thank you very much." Long Chen cupped his hands and continued to fill up the information in his hand. He then passed the parchment to Gong Sun Tuesday. Gong Sun Tu took a look and said with a smile, "Long Chen, a good name. Be careful when you enter the Sacred Martial Palace. There are two almighty seniors who are in charge of the recruitment of disciples in the true martial Imperial Palace. If you want to enter the true martial Imperial Palace, you have to pass through them. There are millions of people who are blocked outside the Sacred Martial Palace." Two seniors. Long Chen kept an eye on them. He then bid farewell to Gong Sun Tu and walked into the Sacred Martial Palace easily. Sure enough, those with strength would be respected everywhere. After opening the gate of the Sacred Martial Palace, Long Chen walked into the magnificent city. With his strength, the Sacred Martial Palace was destined to be a small interlude. The true martial Imperial Palace was his real goal. However, Long Chen was somewhat related to the two seniors mentioned by Gong Sun Tuesday. In the Sacred Martial Palace, there were a total of tens of millions of rooms. Everyone had their own cultivation place to work hard in order to enter the real true martial Imperial Palace. Chapter 1055. After reaching LV2 of the Divine Martial Arts realm, Long Chen had started to use his divine senses. The feeling of divine senses was amazing. Even if Long Chen closed his eyes and cut off all other senses, he could still use the eyes of the God Martial Soul to perceive every little movement around him. Even without his eyes, he could still see everything around him. Of course, it was only 10 meters. But when Long Chen's level increased, this pair of invisible eyes could extend his divine senses to a distance of 10,000 miles. He could see every grass and every tree within 10,000 miles. This was the horror of divine senses, and it was also the means to become an immortal. Within 1 mile of the soul-devouring demonic eyes, there was basically no one or any signs of life. Didn't they say that there are millions of outer sect disciples in the sacred martial palace? Why is there no one here? Even if the sacred martial palace is big, it can't be this big. Long Chen had doubts in his mind. His mind was in a mess. It was time to embark on a journey and strive to catch up with Lingxi. He put aside the complicated emotions in his mind and made himself iron-blooded. In this way it was very convenient for him to think. Although there was no one around, Long Chen still decided to go deeper. Maybe there was someone in the deeper part. This huge giant city built across the innumerable mountains was quiet and not a sound was made. It was said that there were nearly 10 million rooms in the sacred martial palace. Each room was of similar specifications. It seemed that every disciple who entered would have a room. It was very well equipped. Long Chen opened a few of the rooms. Judging from the inside, there should have been people living here a day ago. Where did all these people go? This was only the periphery of the sacred martial palace. Perhaps he would know the answer once he entered. Without any hesitation, Long Chen quickly walked toward the center of the sacred martial palace. In the vast sacred martial palace, his body was as small as an ant. For the millions of disciples in the sacred martial palace, Long Chen was indeed an ant-like existence. The world was simply too big. If it wasn't for the fact that one had unparalleled strength and dominated the world, it would be difficult to find a sense of existence. Finally, after advancing another 100 miles, Long Chen finally heard a faint noise coming from the front. He finally felt the presence of people. Of course, the sound was still very far away. If there was a sound, it meant that there must be people. Moreover, from the sound, it seemed that a lot of people had gathered together to hold a grand event. It was very likely that today was one of the grand ceremonies of the sacred martial palace. Long Chen advanced rapidly on the wide main street. With the golden thunderbolt dragon, his speed was as fast as lightning. The golden lightning flashed through the sacred martial palace. The sound in front of him became clearer and clearer. Yes, there were indeed countless people gathered together to hold a grand ceremony. It was very lively. It was a boiling cauldron of voices. He increased his speed. When Long Chen saw that there were people on the main street, he stopped. The people standing on the main street should be standing on the periphery of the event. They couldn't squeeze in. Most of them were young people with a small number of middle-aged people. Their strength was roughly at LV1 or LV2 of the divine martial realm. With a sweep of his soul-devouring demon eyes, the front was densely packed with such people. They should be the outer sect disciples of the true martial emperor palace. There must be millions of such experts surrounding this place. In front of him was an incomparably huge square that could accommodate millions of people standing directly in it. One could imagine how huge this square was. From the vague discussions of the surrounding people, Long Chen heard the name of this square. It was called the Sacred Martial Square. This was the core of the entire Sacred Martial Palace. Everyone was squeezing in and looking at the real core, which was a small area in the middle of the Sacred Martial Square. Long Chen looked at the people next to him as he squeezed in. He wanted to enter the true martial emperor palace and climb very high in it. The first thing he had to do was to enter the true martial emperor palace from the sacred martial palace. Therefore, he had to understand what was going on in the sacred martial palace. Long Chen had a strong body. In terms of physical strength, no one present, at least within a 10-mile radius of Long Chen, could compare with him. Coupled with his super-fast speed, he was like a loach moving forward in the dense crowd of divine martial realm experts. His speed didn't slow down at all and he was like a fish in water. The sacred martial square had a slight incline, with the center being the lowest. Long Chen raised his head. His vision passed through the dense and terrifying black sea of heads and saw what was happening in the center of the sacred martial square. The scene of millions of heads looked a little scary. Moreover, these were the heads of experts in the divine martial realm. In the entire Myriad Kingdom's territory, there was not a single warrior in the divine martial realm. In the real core of the dragon sacrificial continent, including the sacred martial palace in the periphery, there were millions of warriors in the divine martial realm. There were hundreds of sacred martial palaces in total. In other words, the number of disciples in the divine martial realm in the periphery of the sacred martial palace was already more than 100 million. This terrifying number displayed exactly how formidable the overall strength of the imperial region was. The Four Emperors domain was just the periphery of the real true martial imperial domain. Compared to the real true martial imperial domain, It was much inferior. If the true martial imperial domain was already like this, how many experts were there in the 3 regions and 9 realms? Obviously, Long Chen was still insignificant. He was a young dragon among countless people. One day, he would step on everyone's head. Of course, this was not the problem that Long Chen was currently thinking about. As he moved forward, Long Chen looked at the central position. At this moment, there seemed to be a huge chaotic battle taking place there. There were at least tens of thousands of people participating in this battle. The battle of tens of thousands of warriors in the divine martial realm was earth-shattering. Long Chen had no idea who was fighting who. However, from the excited discussions of the people around him, he could roughly guess some clues. How many of these 10,000 people can successfully enter the true martial imperial palace? Sigh, the 2 old ancestors did not have a clear standard. Who can enter the true martial imperial palace that they have always dreamed of? And who will miss the opportunity again? It all depends on the 2 of them. Even if the 2 old ancestors don't like those who have reached the great perfection of the 2nd tier of the divine martial realm, there is no other way but to continue to endure in the sacred martial palace. As a disciple of the true martial imperial palace, I have never seen the real true martial imperial palace. This is probably the biggest regret of my life. Brothers, don't be discouraged. There will be a chance every 10 days. We still have a long time. At most, there will be more than 10 people who can enter the true martial imperial palace every time. I don't believe that the 2 old ancestors won't give us a chance within 10 years if we work so hard. That's right. Since we are here, don't be discouraged. We didn't come to the sacred ground to complete missions and get rewards. We didn't come here to waste our time. We came here to fight and cultivate with all our might in order to enter the real true martial imperial palace. Along the way, the voices of those people were more or less the same. Long Chen could almost guess that the people inside should be undergoing a test. Those who passed the test would be able to enter the real true martial imperial palace. Where exactly was the true martial imperial palace? What kind of existence was it? Probably only a few people here knew about it. Millions of people were discussing. That loud noise was like a roar. If one wasn't strong enough, they would probably faint from the shock. Ah, that person passed. He got the recognition of the old ancestor. Who is he? Look at those clothes. It should be Jian Ling. She's so lucky. She has endured for 2 years and finally made it. I'm really happy for her. But we still have to slowly endure. Following their gazes, Long Chen lifted his head and saw that in the middle of the arena, many people had been flung out from the center. They were all suffering from various injuries. However, one of the girls seemed to have been flung into a circle of light. There seemed to be someone there to receive her. Those people were dressed the same as the leader of the guards at the entrance of the sacred martial palace, the true martial envoy from the true martial emperor palace. This meant that this girl was already a member of the true martial imperial palace. She was no longer one of the hundreds of millions of outer sect disciples. There were hundreds of millions of outer sect disciples. Hence, the conditions to enter the true martial imperial palace were very harsh. Not only cultivation realm, but real combat strength, perception, potential, and other factors were also very important. Long Chen roughly understood the conditions of the true martial emperor palace's selection. He definitely wouldn't have any problems. If this event was held once every 10 days, then he should be able to participate after 10 days. The problem was, how could he be considered to have passed the test of the 2 old ancestors? And who were the 2 old ancestors? Long Chen was a little curious. With Long Chen's current speed, he soon successfully reached the center of the arena. This was the most noisy and crowded place. Countless divine martial realm experts gathered together, forming a kind of soaring aura. Colorful clouds formed in the sky. Ordinary birds and even fierce beasts that flew in the sky would be directly shocked to death. Here, Long Chen could roughly see it clearly. When he saw it clearly, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. In the center of the arena, there were tens of thousands of people fighting against one person. In the shroud of tens of thousands of people, there was a tall and burly man in red tight-fitting clothes. His hair was only half an inch long, standing on top of his head like steel needles. A strong battle intent erupted from this burly man. With just a few glances, Long Chen had an impulse to avoid this man. His heart was shaken. Chapter 1056. These millions of people were like toys in his eyes. A suffocating battle intent was released from his body. Under his battle intent, the martial artists were simply powerless prey. Tens of thousands of martial artists desperately attacked him, but each of them only had a chance to exchange one move with him. Basically, they were all sent flying by his incomparably profound fist. Long Chen watched for a long time, but no one was like that girl who obtained the recognition of this bare-chested burly man. This bare-chested burly man was like a battle machine. Long Chen also felt that he was a battle machine, but compared to his opponent, he felt that he was too inferior. They weren't on the same level. The opponent's battle intent was definitely tempered through thousands of years of battles. He was absolutely a peak martial Dao senior, an expert worthy of Long Chen's respect. Is this an expert of the true martial emperor domain? From this bare-chested burly man, Long Chen saw the word martial. The true martial emperor domain was indeed a true martial arts holy land. He didn't use much divine essence, not even a little bit. Some simple moves and seemingly clumsy movements could produce astonishing results. A casual punch, a kick, or even a sweep of the waist could hit the vitals of others. Long Chen was very respectful toward such people. In his opinion, this was a true martial artist. Inexplicably, while watching the battle, Long Chen subconsciously moved closer and closer until he discovered a red line on the ground in front of him. Those who didn't participate in the battle generally wouldn't dare to cross this red line. Otherwise, they would be committing a great taboo. There were tens of thousands of people on the battlefield. Long Chen estimated that among these millions of people, only those who were qualified to participate in the battle would be selected. Long Chen didn't need 10 days. Since he was able to squeeze his way here today, he could carefully observe and ponder on how to enter the true martial emperor palace. The battle didn't seem to have started long ago. Come fight, fight, fight. A cheerful voice came from the hand of the terrifying bare-chested burly man in the center. His voice was deep and powerful, like muffled thunder. When Long Chen heard it, he found that his eardrums were vibrating. If someone with low cultivation heard such a voice, they would probably bleed and have tinnitus. Wherever the burly man went, the martial artists fought with all their might and exhausted all means, but in the end, they could only be thrown out like sandbags, smashing into the crowd of onlookers, setting off a huge commotion. The shirtless burly man slaughtered his way in and out of the crowd, and no one was his match. Occasionally, someone's performance was slightly outstanding, but it seemed that he didn't recognize them. Long Chen's eyes didn't leave the crazy bare-chested burly man's body. The true martial emperor spirit suddenly opened. Even so, Long Chen found that he had gained a lot by analyzing the bare-chested burly man. Xueqi also passed. At this moment, a young man who was fighting with a bare-chested burly man was directly thrown to the center of the circle of red light. There were hundreds of true martial emissaries from the true martial emperor palace. They caught the young man named Xueqi. The crowd cheered. Today, another person had successfully entered the true martial emperor palace. Everyone's eyes were filled with tears, as if they saw hope. Although this young man named Xueqi is only at the peak of the first level of the divine martial realm, he has his own understanding of the martial Tao. He walks on the path of magnificent righteousness, and his adaptability and actual combat ability are very strong. He is obviously young. Although he was instantly taken down by the bare-chested burly man, the bare-chested burly man also found out about him. Through the battle, this martial Tao senior could accurately control the quality of each martial artist who entered the true martial emperor palace. It could be said that such a person was very terrifying. Supreme Golden Body, Heaven and Earth Law Idol, Heaven and Earth Heavenly Tao, and Nirvana Golden Wheel. This bare-chested burly man is at least a Heaven and Earth Law Idol expert. I guess he is one of the two old ancestors. Long Chen had to fight with such a terrifying martial artist in order to have a chance to enter the true martial emperor palace. There were two old ancestors. In addition to the bare-chested burly man who was passionate about fighting, what about the other one? Long Chen glanced around and finally found a strange person among the true martial emissaries. This person was lying on the ground with his legs crossed, surrounded by large and small wine jars. The aroma of wine came from his position, and judging from the smell, it must be good wine. This man had a strange temperament. Although his hair was messy like a beggar's, it could be seen from the side of his face that he should be a handsome man. However, his turbid eyes and dirty clothes, as well as his lazy attitude and his addiction to alcohol made it difficult for people to associate him with an expert. However, how could a person who could drink peacefully while surrounded by the true martial emissaries and laugh strangely from time to time be an ordinary person? When Long Chen was pondering whether this was another expert, the figure of a person on the battlefield flew towards Long Chen like a cannonball. Long Chen knew that this person was thrown out, and his hands moved quickly. In an instant, this martial artist landed on the ground, but his face was still pale. It's really terrifying. No wonder he's called Martial Maniac Nangong Lai. Brother, thank you so much just now. Otherwise, my old face would have been rubbed into a fried dough twist. This was a middle-aged man who looked honest and honest. His cultivation had just entered the second level of the divine martial realm, the same realm as Long Chen. When he fought with the bare-chested burly man, his heart was beating rapidly. After a while, he calmed down and said to Long Chen with a smile, "My name is Gong Zheng. You look younger than me, so you can call me Old Gong." Old Gong. Long Chen nodded. He needed someone to answer his questions, so he quickly said, "My name is Long Chen, and I'm a newcomer here. I don't know anything about the sacred martial palace. I hope Old Gong can explain it to me." "You're a newcomer." Gong Zheng was a little surprised. It was rare for a newcomer to come so close, but it was not impossible. When you're outside, you rely on your friends and brothers. Although I'm not strong enough, I know a lot. You helped me just now. How about this, if you have any questions, just ask me. I'll answer all I know. It could be seen that this Gong Zheng was a forthright person. He should not be young, and he must have stayed here for a long time, so he knew a lot about the sacred martial palace. Martial Maniac. Nangong Lai? Previously, Gong Zheng had mentioned this name in front of Long Chen. It must be the name of this shirtless man. Seeing Long Chen's confusion, Gong Zheng immediately explained, "Let me briefly explain to you about the sacred martial palace. There are millions of disciples in the sacred martial palace. Once you enter the gate of the sacred martial palace, you'll be considered one of them. Just like you're considered an outer disciple of true martial imperial palace. In the sacred martial palace, almost everyone is like us. In every sacred martial palace, there will be about 100 to 1,000 true martial envoys. They are all from true martial imperial palace, and they are rotated from different halls. However, every sacred martial palace has 1 to 2 experts stationed there, and our sacred martial palace has 2 of them. No one knows how strong they are, but they must be very powerful." After saying this, Gong Zheng pointed at the half-naked man who was immersed in the battle and said, "This one here is the martial maniac Nangong Cheng, who is passionate about battles. The other one is the drunkard Han Yunxing." When Gong Zheng mentioned the drunkard, he pointed at Long Chen and saw the handsome middle-aged man who was immersed in drinking. These 2 experts are quite special. The martial maniac, Nangong Lai, loves fighting. He fights with all kinds of people every day. Basically, all the outer disciples in the sacred martial palace have been trained by him, and they have all improved a lot from him. What he looks forward to the most is the 10,000-man battle royale that happens once every 10 days. Every time, he will fight alone to choose the people who can enter true martial imperial palace. As for the other one, he doesn't care about anything and only cares about drinking. He has a weird personality. If you're caught by him, he'll definitely force you to drink for 10 days and 10 nights until you vomit and have diarrhea. They were really 2 strange experts. With that, Long Chen had a general understanding of the situation. Once every 10 days. After 10 days, how can I participate in the 10,000-man battle royale? This was the question that Long Chen was most concerned about, and it was also the only doubt he had. Gong Zheng patted Long Chen's shoulder with a smile and said, "Young man, don't be too impatient. Almost every young man who comes here is like you. I was the same back then, eager to challenge the martial maniac as soon as I came here. However, basically no one succeeded on their first try. They all came back with their faces covered in dust and their confidence destroyed. I suggest you to think about it for a few more months before you make your move. Normally, if you fail on your first try, you'll be stuck in a long period of polishing yourself. Therefore, you should take your first try seriously." Long Chen roughly understood what Gong Zheng meant. He wasn't an arrogant person, so he said in a low-key manner, "Although that's the case, I still want to give it a try immediately. I believe you can understand my feelings. I came all the way here just for this moment." Gong Zheng smiled and said, "All right, that's what young people should be like. If they were more rational, they wouldn't be called young people. In fact, the method is very simple. Although it's held once every 10 days, for everyone, It can only be held once every 2 months. In other words, I have to wait for 2 months before I'm qualified. Moreover, for most people, Nangong Lai is too terrifying. There are many people who are seriously injured in every battle royale. There are millions of people in the sacred martial palace, and not everyone's goal is true martial imperial palace. In fact, it's not bad to stay in the sacred martial palace, but it's a pity. Chapter 1057. Seeing that Long Chen had waited for a long time, Gong Zhang slapped his thigh and said with a smile, "Look at me, I'm getting more talkative now that I'm older. Actually, the way to participate is very simple. Wait here in 10 days. When it officially starts, you just have to strive to be one of the first 10,000 people to enter. Nangong Lai's divine sense is so powerful that he will kick you out immediately even if you are one of the 10,000th people who enter. Of course, if you enter in less than 2 months, you might be killed by him. He hates people who break the rules and take advantage of loopholes. So it's that simple." Fortunately, Long Chen didn't rush in directly. Otherwise, he would have been kicked out. While the two of them were talking, from time to time, people would be sent flying out from inside. There were very few people among the 10,000 who could pass the selection and enter the true martial emperor palace. Every time, there would only be a dozen or so. This time was no exception. For an expert of Nangong Lai's level, 10,000 people could be dealt with in 2 to 4 hours. Roughly 2 hours later, Nangong Lai finished clearing the area. Those who could pass the test were taken away, and those who couldn't pass were dejectedly sent back to continue a new round of cultivation. There were millions of people, and there were only slightly more than 30 spots every month. There were only a few hundred spots every year. The competition was still very intense. Long Chen and Gong Zhang also left. "Oh right, brother Long Chen, you don't have your own room yet. There is an empty room next to my place. Why don't you stay with me? The two of us can compare martial arts and learn from each other. Moreover, you have just arrived, so there are many things that you need to pay attention to. Since it's an invitation from old Gong, I can't ask for more." Long Chen smiled faintly. There was a maturity in his smile that didn't belong to a young man. It was as if he had experienced many things, which shocked Gong Zhang a little. The reason why he was so enthusiastic about Long Chen was because he felt that Long Chen wasn't an ordinary martial artist. There was something special about him. After the scuffle ended, millions of people began to return to their residences. If Long Chen had come in at this time, he wouldn't have felt that the entire sacred martial palace was empty. The rooms in the sacred martial palace were all prepared for warriors. Since the construction of the sacred martial palace, the rooms of millions of people had probably never been fully occupied. After walking for a while in this huge city, they finally arrived at Gong Zhang's residence. The streets of the sacred martial palace were bustling with activity, and many shops were open for business. Spiritual medicine, combat skills, elixirs, etc., could only be bought if one had the money. As I said before, not all of the people who came to the sacred martial palace came for the true martial imperial palace. Just like these people, they came here purely to do business. Some of them came here to complete the tasks given by the true martial imperial palace to earn money and cultivation capital. There are warriors in the divine martial arts realm everywhere here. This is the most sacred place for warriors and also a place to exchange experiences. As they walked, Gong Zhang introduced everything about the sacred martial palace to Long Chen. While talking with Gong Zhang along the way, Long Chen had more or less understood the sacred martial palace. Of course, the sacred martial palace was destined to be just a small stop for him. Long Chen's real goal was the true martial imperial palace. He wouldn't stay in the sacred martial palace for long. They arrived at their destination. It was indeed a room not far from Gong Zhang. No one lived in it and it was very spacious. The buildings of the sacred martial palace were the most sturdy that Long Chen had ever seen. It would be difficult for an ordinary warrior at the first level of the divine martial realm to completely destroy a room. It was precisely because of its sturdiness that it could be passed down to the present after countless years of battles between warriors. Gong Zhang fiddled with the sign on the door to show that it was occupied. He clapped his hands and said, "It's done. This house is not bad. It's close to the core. The previous people have already moved away. If you had come a little later, it would have been snatched away by others. What do you think? It's not bad, right?" Long Chen looked around but didn't look too much. After all, he would only be staying here for 10 days. He was looking forward to how he would perform in front of Nan Gonglai 10 days later. After all, Nan Gonglai was one of the few experts that Long Chen had seen. Lingxi might be the strongest, but Lingxi would never show her strength to Long Chen. Therefore, from Lingxi, Long Chen didn't feel much of a martial aura. Not bad. Long Chen was very satisfied. Now that he was the owner, he sat down and chatted with Gong Zheng. What Long Chen wanted to know was not about the sacred martial palace, but about the true martial imperial palace. That was his real destination. For countless years, countless people have been working hard for the legendary holy land of martial arts, the true martial imperial palace. For this dream, I have spent more than 100 years in the sacred martial palace. Unfortunately, I didn't succeed in the end. In fact, after this last failure, I have already planned to give up. I will travel the continent, travel the world, get married, have children, and live a free and unfettered life. You young people are the best. Gong Zheng sighed with emotion after sitting down. The true martial imperial palace. What kind of place is this? Do you know anything about the true martial imperial palace? Long Chen changed the topic. I can only say that I don't know much about it. However, there is no doubt that it is the dream of every martial artist. Only in the true martial imperial palace is it a symbol of identity and strength. Only in the true martial imperial palace can one's pursuit of martial arts not be in vain. The true martial imperial palace rules the true martial imperial domain, and the true martial imperial domain exists because of the true martial imperial palace. No one knows how long it has existed. It might be millions of years or tens of millions of years. Long Chen didn't expect the true martial imperial palace to be so important in the minds of the people here. In the true martial imperial palace, after millions of years of accumulation, there are countless experts. Martial maniac Nan Gonglai and alcoholic maniac Han Yunxing came from the core of the true martial imperial palace. From them, we can see the true martial arts. It can be said that the true martial imperial palace is not only about magic treasures, weapons, elixirs, combat skills, but also about glory and identity. The true martial imperial palace is also the pursuit of martial arts for us martial artists. Countless legends have happened to the true martial imperial palace, and many things have changed history. The true martial imperial palace is located in a mystical small cosmos world. Therefore, many martial artists want to see what the true martial imperial palace is like. Such a holy land of martial arts also made Long Chen's heart boil. He nodded and continued to ask, "Do you know the general layout of the true martial imperial palace?" Seeing that Long Chen was very interested, Gong Zheng didn't have the heart to interrupt his longing. Hence, he explained, the true martial imperial palace, as far as I know, is divided into 3,000 great halls. Each great hall has about 30,000 disciples, and there are a total of 100 million disciples. Each of the 3,000 great halls is an independent existence. Among them, there are outstanding hallmasters, many vice hallmasters, elders, hallmasters, and so on. The disciples are divided into two types: ordinary disciples and true disciples. There are countless experts in the 3,000 great halls, and there is a harsh competition between each hall. It can be said that entering a hall is equivalent to engraving the mark of that hall. Of course, there are strong and weak halls among the 3,000 great halls. 3,000 great halls, and each hall has 30,000 disciples. Long Chen felt that it wouldn't be so simple. There should be another ruling force, and that was the real true martial imperial palace. Above the 3,000 great halls, there is another mysterious place. That is the real core of the true martial imperial palace. The super experts who can destroy the world, even the experts who have surpassed the god martial realm, the super geniuses with extraordinary talents, and even the geniuses who have reached the peak of the god martial realm at a young age are all in this mysterious place. It can be said that that is the real true martial imperial palace. However, that place is just a legend, and I don't even know its name. I only know that it exists. It is because of this existence that the 3,000 great halls are still standing, and the hundreds of millions of sacred martial palace disciples can also exist. The true martial imperial palace was divided into 3 levels. On the periphery, there were hundreds of millions of sacred martial palace outer sect disciples. In the middle, there were 3,000 great halls and 100 million disciples. And the core was the mysterious place that Gong Zheng mentioned. Only super geniuses and super experts could enter. Even if they had the same strength, if they weren't geniuses, they still couldn't enter. After Long Chen sorted out his thoughts, His fighting spirit was burning in his chest. If that's the case, I have to at least reach the final mysterious place to fulfill Xiaoxi's high hopes for me. That mysterious place was the real core of the true martial imperial palace. It was difficult for ordinary people to enter the 3,000 great halls, let alone the final mysterious place. However, Long Chen wasn't discouraged. He was a dignified warrior who had inherited the essence blood of the ancestral dragon. Although there were countless experts in the true martial palace, he didn't believe that he couldn't get in. The more difficult it was, the greater the challenge would be. His true martial emperor spirit could be fully activated, and his level would naturally increase by leaps and bounds, shocking everyone. Long Chen was looking forward to that mysterious place. I'm afraid that the sacred martial palace is just a fart in the eyes of those with the same level of strength. The 3,000 great halls are barely the backbone. That mysterious place is the real true martial imperial palace. With the dream of martial Dao and the desire for strength, Long Chen was about to launch his fiercest attack on that mysterious place. The first test was to get the recognition of the martial arts fanatic, Nangong Lai. Long Chen's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. In Gong Zheng's eyes, the young man's temperament seemed to have undergone a subtle change. A disdainful temperament erupted from his body. He suddenly felt impressed. At that moment, someone approached aggressively and slammed the door. Long Chen looked up and saw more than a dozen ferocious martial artists outside the door. He didn't know what they were going to do. "Who is it?" asked Long Chen. Gong Zheng was shocked. He quickly stood up and said, "So it's them. Be careful later. Don't talk nonsense and try to do as they say." "I don't know what's going on. I'm forced to write a book because I'm living. I really hope that those who don't care about 30 cents a day can give me some support and confidence. There's also an exam. I'll be revising while writing. At the same time, I've been stuck recently, so I can't speed up. I'll challenge everyone." Chapter 1058. Judging from Gong Zheng's words and tone, he was in awe of this group of people, or rather, he was afraid of them. Could it be that there were small forces in the sacred martial palace? Long Chen's doubt was soon answered. There were indeed small forces. They are from the Seven Saints Gang. The Seven Saints Gang has more than 1,000 people and is led by 7 people. Among millions of martial artists, there are more than 1,000 martial artists, which means that their force is extraordinary. Ordinary people don't dare to offend them. After all, there are no restrictions on fighting here. No one is a match for more than 1,000 people. Therefore we should tolerate them. Gong Zheng was a little anxious when the other party knocked on the door. He quickly stood up and whispered in Long Chen's ear. As he spoke, he was sweating profusely and hurried to open the door. In an instant, more than a dozen people rushed in from the outside. The sacred martial palace had a clear rule that buildings were not to be destroyed. Otherwise, they would have kicked the door down and barged in. Gong Zheng had no idea what the other party was here for. The 7 Sacred Gang was a very difficult force to deal with in the sacred martial palace. They had always been operating in the shadows and did not dare to offend the real experts. However, with their advantage in numbers, it was common for them to bully those who were isolated from others. More than 1,000 people in the divine martial arts realm would be a huge force no matter where they were. Brothers of the 7 Saints Gang, I don't know how I, Gong Zheng, have offended you. If I've offended you in any way, I hope you won't hold it against me for the sake of us being outer disciples. Gong Zheng spoke very sincerely in the spirit of turning a big issue into a small one. The people of the 7 Saints Gang had obviously never heard of him. The leader was a sharp-tongued young man who looked like a monkey in his 20s, but he was very arrogant. He looked at Gong Zheng and Long Chen coldly and said, "There was no one in this house. I, the 7th master, came in to bring my brothers here. How could it be occupied by you 2 dogs? This good house has been tarnished by you 2 dogs. How can I, the 7th master, take care of my brothers?" The people behind him also looked at Gong Zheng angrily. One of them did not speak. He was probably a newcomer, the brother that the sharp-tongued monkey-like 7th master wanted to take care of. Long Chen finally understood the reason. The 7th brother of the 7 Saints Gang was at the completion of the 2nd level of the divine martial arts realm, and he was the strongest in this room. He also knew that there was an empty room here, which was a good position. Therefore, he came here with his brothers who had just joined the 7 Saints Gang. However, He did not expect that Long Chen would be one step faster and occupy this room. Gong Zhang himself was no match for Master Qi, not to mention that the other party had over 1,000 people. The martial artists who came to the sacred martial palace were all proud and arrogant. Although there were over 1,000,000 people, it would take a lot of skill to gather 1,000 people. At least in the vicinity, no one dared to offend these guys. Gong Zhang could only admit that he was unlucky. He quickly said, "I didn't know that 7th Master wanted this room. The two of us have just arrived. In that case, we'll give this room to 7th Master." After that, he winked at Long Chen, signaling for Long Chen to follow him out. Although the other party was overbearing, he had the strength and the capital to do so. He just had to endure today's situation. That was how people lived. When encountering injustice and being powerless, choosing to swallow the insult was the right choice. Otherwise, Gong Zhang would not have been able to live until now. Long Chen thought for a moment. He would only be staying here for 10 days. It would be great if he could beat someone up. However, Gong Zhang still had to stay here, so he did not want to cause trouble for him. After all, the other party was someone who had helped him. Although the other party had called Long Chen a dog, Long Chen had at least 100 ways to kill him. There was no need to trouble Gong Zhang here. However, Long Chen had underestimated the arrogance of this group of people. This 7th Master was obviously one of the core members of the Seven Saints gang. He was short and had average looks. Therefore, he was very jealous of Long Chen, who was tall and handsome, had a bewitching and charming temperament, and was very attractive to young girls and young women. Having gotten used to living a wild life, there was no concept of restraint in his mind. Just as Gong Zhang was about to leave, he stretched out his hand to block their way, saying, "You two dogs want to leave after dirtying my floor? You'd better lick the floor clean first. Otherwise, you can only come in vertically and leave horizontally. Don't doubt my words. I'm the 7th brother of the Seven Saints gang." His voice was getting colder and colder. Gong Zhang's face fell. It was a great humiliation for him to lick the floor clean. He was not a man without a temper, but he was old and knew how to restrain himself. However, since the other party had touched his bottom line, he could only let it go. He said coldly, "7th Master, I didn't offend you. It's just a small matter. Is there a need to leave others a way out? I've lived for so long and I've seen many people. Let me tell you, leave a way out for others in the future. Even a cornered dog will jump over a wall, let alone me." The 7th Master was enraged. "Fuck you. How dare you talk back to me? Brothers, chop off his arms and legs, put him in a vat, and get him out of the sacred martial palace." The 7th Master was furious and arrogant. He had just finished speaking and the others hadn't even moved when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Long Chen didn't know what to do. This little guy was too arrogant. This kind of person was simply tired of living. "Let me tell you with your character, if I don't kill you today, you won't live for more than a few days." The so-called 7th Master was lifted up by Long Chen. Long Chen's attack was too fast. So fast that the 7th Master was in Long Chen's hands before he could react. The 7th Master had wanted to kill Long Chen with one punch, but Long Chen had grabbed his vital artery. With a little force, the 7th Master immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. With just one hand, Long Chen had sealed his entire body's strength. Behind Long Chen, Gong Zhang finally reacted, and so did the others. Gong Zhang's heart could only be described as a stormy sea. He had wanted to rush out with Long Chen, but who knew that Long Chen had made the first move and subdued the 7th Master. The 7th Master was a warrior at the exceptional LV2 of the Divine Martial Realm, U. Under the restraint of Long Chen, the 7th Master's face was as pale as a piece of paper. This weird young man's palm seemed to have a force of hundreds of millions of kilograms. As long as Long Chen exerted force, he could pull the 7th Master's head out of his body. Long Chen is so strong. Gong Zhang was a little confused. But when he thought of the Seven Saints gang, he was still anxious. He quickly said, "Long Chen, let's escape first. The sacred martial palace is so big, they may not be able to find us." "Escape? Why should we escape? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll pay them back tenfold." The other warriors were also shocked by Long Chen's strength. But they had many people, so of course they were not afraid. At this time, they swarmed forward and launched the moves of the Divine Martial Realm. Long Chen sneered. He grabbed the seventh master's body with one hand and suddenly threw him. Those people were worried that they would hurt the seventh master, so they quickly stopped. Kid, let go of the seventh master. Otherwise, the 1,000 members of the Seven Saints gang will definitely tear you into pieces. Under Long Chen's control, the seventh master pulled Long Chen's arm with both hands. But Long Chen's hand seemed to be made of steel. He couldn't move it away at all, not even a little bit. At this time, the seventh master was almost suffocating. Long Chen, don't cause trouble. We can't afford to. Gong Zhang looked at the seventh master, who was almost strangled to death by Long Chen, in a daze. Long Chen smiled and helplessly let go, throwing the seventh master back to the other side. The other side looked at Long Chen with trepidation. Today is a small lesson. There is always someone better than you. You must always be in awe. You will hurt yourselves by doing this. After saying that, he called for Gong Zhang, hoping that the other side would realize their mistake and stop at the right time. However, Long Chen had clearly underestimated them. Just as Long Chen and Gong Zhang walked out of the courtyard, a sharp whistle came from behind them. Run! They are gathering the gang members. Gong Zhang's expression changed drastically. Long Chen's expression also changed, turning cold. He gently shook off Gong Zhang's arm and suddenly asked, "Old Gong, can we kill people here?" At this time, the blood-red killing intent in Long Chen's eyes startled Gong Zhang, who was about to persuade him. Right now, Long Chen was as terrifying as the super-fierce beast standing beside him. The killing intent all over his body had already solidified. Killing people. If you obtain the approval of the martial arts fanatic, Nan Gong Lai, it doesn't matter how many people you kill. But if you are not a genius or an expert, you will be punished, Gong Zhang subconsciously said under the threat of Long Chen's eyes. That's perfect. What made Gong Zhang's hair stand on end was that Long Chen suddenly smiled. He slowly turned around. At this time, the seventh master and the others came out of the room. The monkey-like seventh master finally recovered with great difficulty. He immediately looked at Long Chen with a venomous gaze and sneered. Just wait for your death. Within 10 breaths, thousands of my brothers from the Seven Saint gang will come here and dismember your corpse. The person who dares to mess with me has yet to be born. Too arrogant. An idiot is destined to pay the price for his arrogance. Long Chen smiled helplessly. In this super era where experts were everywhere, even he didn't dare to say such words. He had always maintained a respectful attitude towards the martial arts path, Long Chen. However, this kid was a little too arrogant. 10 breaths is enough to send you to hell. In an instant, Long Chen appeared in front of the seventh master. Long Chen's heaven-defying speed once again scared the seventh master. When the seventh master was about to counterattack, his lower abdomen was punched by Long Chen. Bang! Chapter 1059. His eyes were wide open as he stared blankly at Long Chen. The spirit in his eyes had dissipated. What I want to tell you is that the person who killed you has already appeared, Long Chen said casually as he withdrew his fist. You! Before he could finish his sentence, the seventh master fell back stiffly. Everything in his body had been shattered by Long Chen's punch, including his god-martial soul. Everyone had to pay the price for what they had done. This was the price Long Chen had given the seventh master. At the same time, it was also a deterrent. He wasn't someone who could be bullied. Since he couldn't keep a low profile, he might as well make everything spectacular. Maybe those two would like it. Long Chen looked in the direction of the center of the sacred martial palace and suddenly smiled. While he was smiling, the seventh master fell to the ground and couldn't be more dead. Long Chen. Gong Zhang stretched out his hand and looked at Long Chen blankly. His mind was in a mess. He really didn't expect that Long Chen would actually kill someone. On the one hand, he was shocked by Long Chen's terrifying strength, and on the other hand, he was frightened. He had killed the seventh master of the Seven Saints gang. Gong Zhang knew how terrible the consequences would be. If the people of the true martial imperial palace didn't show up, he and Long Chen would end up very miserable. Gong Zhang was in despair. Young people were really impulsive. They could even do this kind of thing without frowning. Next to the seventh master, the others were stunned. Who would have thought that the seventh master of the Seven Saints gang would die like this? Long Chen's realm was only at the second level of the divine martial realm. How could he do it? Although the seventh master was weak, With the death of the seventh master, they had lost their backbone and scattered. They felt a fatal threat from Long Chen's bloodthirsty eyes. Anxious voices could be heard from their mouths. Rumble. Within the range of Long Chen's spirit-devouring demon eye, the members of the Seven Sacred Gang were rushing over with all their might. When Long Chen killed Long Chen, quite a few people had already arrived and were glaring at Long Chen. When they saw the corpse on the ground, everyone's expression changed. They realized that this was a huge matter for the Seven Sacred Gang. In a very short period of time, thousands of people had gathered around Long Chen. A small portion of them were from the Seven Sacred Gang, and most of them were martial arts practitioners who were watching from the sidelines. Moreover, there was no force as powerful as the Seven Sacred Gang nearby, and Long Chen didn't have many friends, so when he was surrounded, no one thought of helping Long Chen. What's going on? Why is it so lively? Do you see that brat and the corpses on the ground? He killed the seventh brother of the Seven Saints Gang. Why is old Gong there? That brat is new, right? Newcomers are always impulsive. Old Gong is doomed this time. Since the establishment of the Seven Sacred Gang, none of the seven brothers has died. Now that the youngest seventh master is dead, the remaining six will go crazy. If the Seven Sacred Gang doesn't do something ruthless this time, how can they maintain their prestige in the sacred martial palace? All kinds of comments were heard. Looking at the pitiful corpse on the ground, the eyes of the other members of the Seven Sacred Gang were cold, but some were gloating. This brat had killed the seventh master, so he would definitely do something horrible next. Seventh master. A group of people rushed out of the crowd. They were 6 burly men, all of whom were strong and muscular. They were bare-chested and exuded a ferocious aura. It was obvious that they must have been bandits before they came to the sacred martial palace and had committed many murders and robberies. Long Chen pondered that they should be the remaining 6 members of the Seven Sacred Gang. So, he kicked the seventh master's corpse to the feet of the 6 people and said indifferently, "This is your seventh brother, right? You can take him back. This brat doesn't know etiquette and is too aggressive. His upbringing is too poor. I'll send him to reincarnate and teach him again with a new identity. Maybe he will be a good boy in 18 years. The scene was so tense. No one had expected that under such pressure, Long Chen could still make such a joke. With the arrival of the other 6 members of the Seven Sacred Gang, more than 1,000 people had basically arrived. Most of the 6 members of the Seven Sacred Gang had just entered the LV3 Divine Martial Realm, and 2 of them were martial artists who had reached the exceptional LV3 Divine Martial Realm. In the Sacred Martial Palace, such martial artists were considered powerful. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough potential, so they couldn't enter the true Martial Emperor Palace. Of course, in the Sacred Martial Palace, they were doing quite well, so they didn't want to enter the true Martial Emperor Palace at all. Their forces were overlords in the Sacred Martial Palace, but in the true Martial Emperor Palace, they were like cabbages. Long Chen thought that the true martial envoy should have disappeared by now. The martial addict and the drunkard wouldn't miss such a high-profile performance. It seemed that he didn't have to wait for the next 10 days. Long Chen's words were a huge blow to the thousands of people of the Seventh Sacred Gang. Surrounded by thousands of people, Gong Zheng's face was already pale, and even his legs were trembling. On the other hand, Long Chen was talking and laughing without any change in his expression. Although the 2 of them were in the same realm, their actual performance was too different. In the eyes of the few cultivators of the Seven Sacred Gang, there were 2 possibilities for Long Chen's performance. Either he had something to rely on, or he was a fool. Although Long Chen wasn't a fool, the people of the Seven Sacred Gang couldn't see any special support from this newcomer. The 7 of them had jointly established the Seven Sacred Gang to bully others, not to be bullied by others. Although most of the people in the Seven Sacred Gang didn't have much affection for this old seventh and there was no need to shed tears for him, the other party had actually bullied them. If they didn't teach Long Chen a fatal lesson today, the reputation of the Seven Sacred Gang would definitely be destroyed. At this time, among the people of the Seven Sacred Gang, thousands of cultivators surrounded Long Chen and Gong Zheng. Although Gong Zheng was old and courageous, in the face of death, his legs were still weak. The people of the Seven Sacred Gang didn't even give them a chance to defend themselves. Everyone's face was filled with ferocity, especially the other 6 burly men of the Seven Sacred Gang. One of the burly, ferocious men walked to the front, looked at Long Chen with a gloomy face, and almost roared, "Tell us your name. If you don't have the means to subdue us, you will die today." The aura of thousands of cultivators in the divine martial realm soared into the sky and pressed down on Long Chen. Some of them were in the third tier of the divine martial realm, and they had already reached the unity of heaven and man and could mobilize the Emperor's spiritual qi. Every move they made was extremely terrifying. Long Chen was pushed back by their power. To be honest, when thousands of people in the divine martial realm gathered together, the pressure was still very great. When they looked at Gong Zheng, he spat out a mouthful of blood, staggered a few steps, and almost fell to the ground. That martial maniac Nangong Lai can fight against tens of thousands of people with ease. I only have 1,000 people, but I still have to resist. Long Chen was not impulsive. In fact, he knew very well what he was doing. At this time, everyone was waiting for Long Chen's answer. At this time, Long Chen pulled the injured Gong Zheng behind him. Long Chen's action made thousands of people stop in their tracks. Although they didn't believe it, their vague intuition told them that since he dared to kill the people of the Seven Sacred Gang and was still so calm at this time, he should have something to rely on. However, Long Chen disappointed them. Faced with this enormous pressure, surrounded by thousands or even tens of thousands of eyes, Long Chen suddenly laughed and said, "I've made you worry for nothing. I don't have a backer at all. All I have is my life. If you have the guts, come and chase me." As a dignified expert in the divine martial arts realm, Long Chen actually wanted to play a game of cat and mouse with them. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, to everyone's shock, at this moment, Long Chen turned into a golden bolt of lightning and rushed in front of the leader in an instant. This was a warrior at the fulfillment of the third level of the divine martial arts realm. Such a warrior was very powerful and terrifying in the eyes of others, but for Long Chen, he was the one who had even killed Chu Tiange. Although he relied on the power of the blood sacrifice. One punch. Earth-shattering cheers and gasps of surprise rang out in the surroundings. Long Chen had only used one punch to directly hit the second leader of the Seven Saints gang in the lower abdomen, causing him to fall limply to the ground. His face was deathly pale, and he did not get up for a long time. "You're too slow." In a very short time, Long Chen returned to Gong Zheng's side under everyone's dumbfounded gazes. At this moment, he suddenly pulled Gong Zheng's body and quickly disappeared. Long Chen's savage laughter lingered in the ears of everyone in the Seven Sacred Gang, echoing incessantly. "A bunch of good-for-nothings. Relying on numbers is useless. If you dare to fight, I, Long Chen, dare to face all of you alone. But we have to move to another place. If you want to prove that you're not cowards, then follow me." The seventh leader was killed, and the second leader was seriously injured by one punch. While they were shocked by Long Chen's strength, the members of the Seven Sacred Gang felt humiliated, a great humiliation. The Seven Sacred Gang had run amok in the Sacred Martial Palace and had never been humiliated like this. They were called good-for-nothings. In this way, those members of the Seven Sacred Gang who had no grudge against Long Chen also became enemies. "Go after him. Kill this brat and avenge the seventh master." "That's right. This brat is too arrogant because he's fast. We have thousands of experts in the God martial arts realm, including several at the third level of the God martial arts realm. We don't believe we can't deal with this guy. Does he really think he's a martial arts addict? Brothers, go after him." Long Chen did not run very fast. If he were to use his current speed, no one would be able to catch up with him. Long Chen wanted to use them as bait to lure the big fish. He did not have this idea at first, but when they offended him, he took advantage of it. Chapter 1060. For a moment, most people woke up from their cultivation and chased after the huge team, mainly to watch the show. In the Sacred Martial Palace, there was not much excitement. The millions of people had just left less than an hour ago, and there were still many people who hadn't left. They were alarmed and chased after the Seven Sacred Gang. What's going on? It seems that the Seven Sacred Gang is chasing someone. Are they stupid? It's fine if they show off their power in private. After causing such a commotion, if Senior Martial Addict were to make a scene, he would definitely be in trouble. Senior Martial Addict couldn't be bothered with the establishment of a gang in the Sacred Martial Palace, so he would turn a blind eye to it. However, since they have caused such a commotion, Senior Martial Addict will definitely not hold back. Of course. Let's go and watch the show. Long Chen moved forward and soon arrived at the Sacred Martial Square. At this time, Gong Zheng had calmed down. He realized how crazy and powerful Long Chen was. While moving forward, he steadied his mind and asked, "Brother Long Chen, what are you going to do?" "Old Gong, what do you think the true martial emperor palace's people will react if they see me beating up 1,000 of them?" Gong Zhang was stunned for a moment. Only then did he understand what Long Chen meant. This was crazy. You should be able to enter the true martial emperor palace if you make senior martial addict happy. But is it possible? There are thousands of divine martial realm cultivators. I'm afraid you can't do it without reaching the 6th level of the divine martial realm. It could be said that the divine martial realm was a divine existence. Even the starry realm had nearly 10,000 acupoints, and their bodies were like stars. The 2nd level of the divine martial realm awakened the divine sense, and the 3rd level strengthened the realm, mobilized the power of heaven and earth, and became one with nature. When thousands of such warriors gathered together, they formed a terrifying spiritual and physical power that ordinary people couldn't bear. Unless it was a peak existence like Nangong Lai, the martial addict. "I can do it." Long Chen threw Gong Zheng away without saying anything. "Just watch from the side. They won't notice you." Gong Zheng was quickly thrown into the crowd by Long Chen. The members of the 7 Sacred Gang didn't pay any attention to him at all. Instead, they chased after Long Chen relentlessly. When they opened their eyes, they saw that they were already in the extremely spacious Sacred Martial Plaza. This was already the territory of the envoy of True Martial. However, seeing that the person who had humiliated the 7 Sacred Gang was still alive and kicking, no one was willing to give up. They continued to chase after him fiercely, and their eyes were about to burst into flames. Apart from the 7 Saints Gang, tens of thousands of martial artists began to surround the Sacred Martial Square. Gong Zhang, who was caught in the crowd, was one of them. At this moment, his mind was completely blank, and he could only subconsciously follow the footsteps of the crowd. Who is that young man? The 7 Saint Gang? Why did they send so many people to deal with him? Could it be that this youngster is very strong? Isn't he the type who has just activated his divine sense? No one could figure it out. At this moment, when he was about to reach the center of the Sacred Martial Square, Long Chen came to a halt. When he turned around, he saw thousands of martial artists from the 7 Sacred Gang sweeping up sand and dust as they charged towards him in a frenzy. Behind them were tens of thousands of onlookers. Had the Sacred Martial Palace ever caused such a sensation? Long Chen didn't believe that the martial maniac and the alcoholic maniac didn't know about such a huge commotion. They must be watching him from a corner. Those envoys from the true martial imperial palace would probably be very interested in him. In fact, there wasn't a strict selection system to enter the true martial imperial palace from the Sacred Martial Palace. One only needed to get the approval of the 2 old ancestors. Because of this, Long Chen didn't mind being high profile for once. Just as Long Chen thought, on the other side of the Sacred Martial Square, the envoys of the true martial palace had also noticed the commotion. They originally wanted to stop it, but the alcoholic maniac, Han Yunqing, was still drinking like a walking corpse. Instead, the martial maniac, Nangong Lai, stopped them. The martial maniac, Nangong Lai, looked at Long Chen in the distance with a face full of passion and excitement. The envoys of the true martial palace exchanged glances. They all knew that he had seen an opponent that made his blood boil. Therefore, this time, the strange and high-profile youngster was probably going to suffer a tragedy. It was extremely terrifying to be entangled with a martial maniac. The reason why he was called a martial maniac was that he not only fought with experts but also with martial artists of the same level. He even fought with the weak. As long as the opponent was a genius, he would fight happily. That was Nangong Lai. Long Chen could vaguely feel a burning gaze on him. The big fish has taken the bait. Long Chen smiled. Just at this moment, the thousands of people of the 7 Saints Gang arrived in a shocking manner. Everyone was stunned. Long Chen didn't escape at this moment. Was he going to learn from the martial maniac and fight so many people alone? Was he crazy or stupid? The answer was soon revealed. Long Chen wasn't crazy or stupid, but he still accepted the challenge from the thousands of people. Moreover, Long Chen didn't even take out the Blood Scarlet Heaven Desolation. Long Chen didn't need the Blood Scarlet Heaven Desolation to deal with them. He clenched his fists. After absorbing 10% of the ancestral dragon essence blood, the strength of his body had already surpassed the 7th level body refining combat skills. They wouldn't be able to hurt Long Chen even if he just stood there and let them hit him. Under the tempering of the Golden Thunder Dragon, Long Chen's speed had reached the level that a martial artist at the 6th level of the divine martial realm should have. With these 2 points alone, Long Chen could single-handedly defeat the thousands of martial artists at the divine martial realm. Ha! When the 7 Saints gang arrived, everyone was shocked. Long Chen let out a roar and suddenly rushed forward like a fierce horse. Golden lightning surrounded his body. In just an instant, Long Chen turned around and rushed into the crowd. With a wave of his hands, the other 2 leaders of the 7 Saints gang were directly sent flying by Long Chen's palm. They flew hundreds of meters into the sky and spat out a mouthful of blood. The martial artists at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm were almost instantly killed. Of course, Long Chen didn't really kill them. Such injuries could still be cured. Long Chen didn't have a strong killing intent. At least, compared to the martial maniac, his attack was slightly lighter. Originally, they thought that Long Chen would be trampled to death. But looking at the current situation, everyone had a magical illusion. It was not a sheep entering a tiger's mouth, but a wolf entering a flock of sheep. A giant beast that covered the sky rushed into the weak crowd and could casually trample countless people to death. Tens of thousands of people couldn't help but rub their eyes. Damn, could it be that they were seeing things? After rubbing their eyes hard a few times, they found that everything was real. In the 7 Saints gang, Long Chen's figure couldn't be seen clearly. Wherever he went, figures were sent flying one after another. They fell to the ground and rolled a few times, not daring to get up again. This scene was extremely similar to the previous battle with Nangong Lai. Fighting Nangong Lai would give them the opportunity to enter the true martial emperor palace, so they weren't afraid and didn't scatter. But in the face of Long Chen's terrifying attack, the 7 Saints gang became the 7 Bugs gang. When the remaining 6 bosses were instantly killed by Long Chen, the others looked at each other. Those who could escape escaped, but those who couldn't escape couldn't withstand a punch from Long Chen. Different from Nangong Lai, Long Chen used powerful strength and abnormal speed to beat people, while Nangong Lai used his attainments in the martial Dao. The method was different but the effect was the same. The shock to people's hearts was also the same. But the shock caused by Long Chen was greater. That was because Nangong Lai was a martial maniac, while Long Chen was a nobody. This kind of speed and physical strength would only appear on a member of the Yao clan. Long Chen was clearly not a member of the Yao clan, yet he was able to reach this level. Looking at that golden bolt of lightning, almost everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. 1,000 people, a whole 1,000 people. In less than an hour, under everyone's shocked gazes, they all fell to the ground and wailed in pain. To them, Long Chen, who was originally a pushover, was as terrifying as the martial arts fanatic Nangong Lai. Among the crowd of onlookers, Gong Zhang looked as if he had been nailed to the ground. He stood there in a daze. He recalled what Long Chen had asked him before and finally understood what Long Chen was doing. Today, I witnessed the birth of a legendary genius. Gong Zhang was extremely emotional. He even almost burst into tears. Until the last person fell, Long Chen was still a little carried away. It was such a great feeling. It had been a long time since he had such a feeling of looking down on all living things. Among the disciples of the sacred martial palace, there was absolutely no one like Long Chen. Even if he went to the true martial emperor palace, he would still be a middle-level disciple. Standing among the crowd that fell to the ground and wailed in pain, Long Chen seemed to stand out. Looking around, he saw that everyone was talking about him. At this time, more than 100,000 people had gathered outside. Basically, their attitude toward Long Chen was one of admiration and worship. Among these 100,000 people, no one thought that they could do this. After all, an expert in the divine martial realm was not as simple as chopping melons and vegetables. But for Long Chen, it was really as simple as chopping melons and vegetables. Under the rays of the sun, Long Chen and the 100,000 people's gazes met. In terms of physique, he was tiny, but in terms of spirit, it could be said that Long Chen had directly suppressed the 100,000 people. His eyes contained a divine light, and in the eyes of the 100,000 people, it was as if they were seeing an illusion, as if they weren't looking at a person, but a giant beast that could blot out the sky. That disdainful aura wasn't something that any martial artist could achieve. Many people subconsciously took a step back. A real king should be like this. It was finally done. Next, it was time to see how the big fish would react. Long Chen believed that the big fish would not let him go. After all, the current Long Chen was actually the fish bait in the eyes of the big fish. Sure enough, When Long Chen turned around and looked in the direction of the envoy of true martial, a violent laughter came from that direction. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A tall red figure suddenly appeared 10 meters in front of Long Chen. A strong wind directly blew Long Chen away. He hurriedly stabilized himself to be able to land safely. You fight with me. Nan Gonglai looked at him with blazing eyes, extremely excited. Chapter 1061. Nan Gonglai was a battle-hungry person. Regardless of whether the opponent was stronger or weaker than him, Nan Gonglai's blood would boil with excitement as long as there was something special about the opponent. Long Chen's performance, the Thousand Slaughter, had aroused Nan Gonglai's desire to fight. Among the millions of sacred martial palace disciples, Long Chen was the only one who could complete the Thousand Slaughter. Judging from his performance, it was possible for him to complete the 10,000 Slaughter. More and more people gathered there. The millions of people who had dispersed earlier had almost all gathered in a short time. No matter what happened today, Long Chen would basically become the legend of the sacred martial palace. This was the most high-profile time for Long Chen. Millions of people looked at him in shock. At this moment, Long Chen actually accepted Nan Gonglai's invitation to fight. The huge uproar created a huge shock. It was like the rumbling of thunder, causing everyone's ears to ring. Everyone's gazes were fixated on the youth in the center. Everyone was fantasizing about their heroic moment. However, they had no choice but to admit that when they faced Nan Gonglai, they were so scared that their legs almost turned to jelly. There weren't many who could be as calm as Long Chen. Many people, like Gong Zhang, had struggled in the sacred martial palace for hundreds of years but still didn't have the opportunity to enter the true martial imperial palace. Some people only needed one day. That was the difference. In everyone's eyes, as long as Long Chen survived the battle with Nan Gonglai, he would definitely enter the true martial imperial palace. This was the reason why Long Chen was so high profile. In the eyes of the crowd, Nan Gonglai's beast-like aura gave him a lot of deterrence. It was like a towering mountain towering in front of him, suffocating him. The pride in Long Chen's bloodline didn't allow him to be easily overwhelmed by Nan Gonglai. Therefore, his strong spine was always standing firm. Your realm is far beyond mine. Tell me, what are the rules of the battle? In front of a super major power like Nan Gonglai, Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. He knew that Nan Gonglai would not use divine essence to bully him. That kind of battle would be too meaningless. What courage! Nan Gonglai's fanatical gaze revealed a look of approval. He thought that Long Chen would be scared witless. To be able to live until now, Nan Gonglai was also a wily old fox. At this moment, he let out a thunderous laugh and said, "We don't need to use divine essence. I can see that your physical body is abnormally strong. Let's just use our physical strength to have a head-on clash. I will suppress my strength to the same level as yours." All right. Both of them were well aware of the purpose of the battle. Long Chen knew that he didn't need to say anything. Nan Gonglai already knew his intention. That was the true martial emperor palace. Accompanying Nan Gonglai in this battle was probably paying the tuition fee. For someone like Nan Gonglai who was addicted to battle, fighting with him was like making friends with him. Long Chen was still too young. He didn't have the advantage in terms of physical strength. Therefore, Nan Gonglai didn't dare to be careless. At this time, those who were defeated by Long Chen's Thousand Slaughter had already fled in embarrassment. It was very likely that the Seven Saint Gang would cease to exist after today. Even if they still existed, they wouldn't be able to raise their heads in front of others. They wouldn't be able to be arrogant anymore. Their resistance was originally lax. After being warned by Long Chen, it would be strange if they could survive. Long Chen retreated a few steps. After distancing himself from the battle, Nan Gonglai couldn't bear it anymore. He raised his head and roared like a wild beast. The earth trembled. Nan Gonglai turned into a long line of flames and instantly rushed towards Long Chen. His strong arms were drenched in sweat as he condensed terrifying power. Compared to Nan Gonglai, Long Chen could only be considered as small arms and legs. However, Long Chen's battle will wasn't inferior to Nan Gonglai at all. This was probably what Nan Gonglai valued the most about Long Chen. Nan Gonglai's terrifying physical body was like a wild beast. Rumbling sounds could be heard as a huge mountain pressed down on Long Chen. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The might of a single punch was so terrifying. This was a contest without any battle skills. It was a contest of physical strength, speed, and reaction speed. Nan Gonglai would not take advantage of Long Chen, so his physical strength and speed were the same as Long Chen's. This was a test of their reaction speed. Long Chen remained calm. His eyes erupted with sword-like radiance. This punch and kick required calmness the most. Being calm was the best way to fight. Ha! Long Chen easily dodged Nan Gonglai's punch. The golden lightning took a detour and disappeared. In an instant, he rushed behind Nan Gonglai. Facing Nan Gonglai's incomparably broad shoulders and wild muscles, Long Chen didn't say a word. He kicked towards Nan Gonglai's lower body ruthlessly. The reason why he did this was because Long Chen knew that with Nan Gonglai's strength, it was impossible for him to hurt him. Of course, Nan Gonglai wouldn't be hit so easily. As soon as the battle between the two of them started, the intensity of the following battle exceeded the imaginations of millions of people. The most terrifying thing was that Long Chen wasn't sent flying by Nan Gonglai's attack like the other warriors. Instead, he engaged in a fierce battle with Nan Gonglai. In a short period of time, due to their strong physical bodies, the earth shook and the mountains swayed. The sacred martial square directly cracked under their fists and a huge crack appeared. Long Chen was incomparably shocked. This guy's body was too strong. When he fought with Nan Gonglai's hands, it was like using his body to collide with steel. Long Chen's arms were now swollen. Blood-red dragon scales appeared, increasing Long Chen's defense. Bang! Haha, where can you hide? Nan Gonglai entered a very excited state. He would never feel tired. To him, fighting was a kind of pleasure. It was very dangerous to fight with such a person. Although Long Chen wasn't addicted to fighting, he had another kind of tenacity. No matter how crazy Nan Gonglai's attacks were, he was still calm. In terms of agility, Long Chen had a slight advantage. Although it seemed that Long Chen was constantly escaping from his opponent's attacks, so far, Long Chen hadn't been hit by his opponent even once. Even if he was hit, Long Chen could rely on the strength of his body to dissipate the opponent's attack. The earth-shattering sound kept reverberating. In the eyes of the crowd, a blood-red figure and another tall and sturdy figure were constantly fighting. Every time they exchanged blows, the crowd's hearts were in their throats. Towards the end of the battle, the dragon scales on Long Chen's body appeared to protect his body. His appearance is not bad. Nan Gonglai smiled approvingly. His hands moved faster. At the beginning, he used pure strength to attack. In the following battles, Nan Gonglai used his own martial arts. The divine martial realm was to cultivate one's own martial arts. Judging from Nan Gonglai's situation, his martial arts and Long Chen's martial arts were similar. Nan Gonglai's martial arts were constantly fighting, crazily fighting, stimulating his own potential, while Long Chen's cold-blooded killing. A blood-red aura spread out from Long Chen's body. Martial arts. In terms of martial arts, Nan Gonglai was Long Chen's senior. Therefore, when he launched his mysterious martial arts, Long Chen almost couldn't hold on with the same body and speed. Martial arts was a kind of spiritual mystery. It couldn't be explained with words. Long Chen could only seize the opponent's spirit bit by bit from Nan Gonglai's display. This young man hasn't been defeated yet. Who the hell is he? He's so terrifying. He has almost annihilated the Seven Saints gang, but he still managed to hold on for such a long time under the attack of senior martial addict. He is really a monster. I bet his strength is definitely higher than the second level of the divine martial arts realm that we have seen. Millions of people were talking about it. Long Chen had become famous today. As soon as he arrived here, everyone in the sacred martial palace knew who he was. At this moment, Long Chen was forced to retreat again and again. He was only able to persist by relying on his willpower. He would definitely lose to Nan Gonglai in the end. After all, Long Chen estimated that Nan Gonglai was at least in the 8th LV Divine Martial Realm, or even a super expert in the 9th LV Divine Martial Realm. This was his intuition. Logically speaking, there was no reason for such an expert to be here. Not only the martial addict, but also the drunkard seemed a bit strange. Long Chen had an intuition that these two people were very strong, so strong that they shouldn't appear in a place like the true martial imperial palace. As for why they appeared here, it was their secret. Nan Gonglai's martial arts cultivation was of great help to Long Chen. In this extremely tough battle, Long Chen quietly opened the true martial imperial soul and absorbed everything from Nan Gonglai. He was worried that Nangong Lai would know about the true martial imperial soul, so he opened it carefully. Even so, Nangong Lai's help in martial arts was too great. After dodging his opponent's attacks countless times, Long Chen's comprehension of martial arts advanced by leaps and bounds. He was heading toward the completion of the second LV Divine Martial Realm. Only when he reached the completion would he have a chance to reach the third LV, the Celestial Realm. When the true martial Emperor Soul was activated, Long Chen entered into a mysterious battle state. In this state, he felt that he didn't need to think and could make the most accurate response to dodge or block the opponent's attack, and then give the opponent an even more terrifying attack. The power contained in each of Long Chen's punches was not much weaker than Nangong Lai's. Hiss! Nangong Lai had reached the peak of excitement. His eyes were blood red, and he let out a roar. He suppressed his strength to the same level as Long Chen, otherwise, he would have already killed Long Chen. Chapter 1062. Everyone was looking forward to it. Of course, it was impossible for Long Chen to defeat Nangong Lai. At this moment, Long Chen was struggling at death's door. Gotcha! Long Chen's hand was broken in the process of clashing with Nangong Lai. Nangong Lai seized this opportunity and launched an even more ferocious attack. After a while, Long Chen was almost forced into a dead end. Haha, kid, you have a good idea and you are quite strong. You have fought with me for so long. As long as you can hold on for another 15 minutes, I will send you to the true martial Emperor Palace. Just as Nangong Lai said this, a gust of wind suddenly appeared in front of him. The blue-robed drunkard, Han Yunxing, who reeked of alcohol, suddenly stood in front of him. Without a word, he grabbed Long Chen and dragged him towards the envoy of true martial. After arriving, Han Yunxing burped and threw Long Chen in front of a man in a dark green robe. He said, "Listen, this brat belongs to the evil dragon palace. You haven't left yet, right? Then take another one." The man in the green robe nodded quickly. He had witnessed Long Chen's battle and was extremely shocked. Even if the two seniors hadn't said anything, he would have gone to invite Long Chen. At this moment, he quickly supported Long Chen. It was obvious that this man was the leader of the true martial envoys. Long Chen felt dizzy and didn't know what had happened. Han Yunxing's actions were a little strange. After sending Long Chen off, this guy found a place to lie down. He poured the wine jar in his hand and gulped down large mouthfuls of sweet and stimulating wine. As for Nangong Lai, he was cursing and cursing. "All of you disperse. If any of you are still on the sacred martial plaza in 10 breaths, I will make you stay here and fight with me for 3 days and 3 nights. Nangong Lai scolded the millions of onlookers. Everyone was also confused, but when they heard Nangong Lai's words, their hearts jumped in fright. They scrambled to be the first to leave. When the scene in front of Nangong Lai became empty, they knew that they wouldn't have the chance to see Long Chen again in the future. He had only been here for a day and had already obtained the opportunity to enter the true martial Emperor Palace. This was an opportunity that others had spent hundreds of years to obtain. Nangong Lai also did not understand Han Yunxing's actions. He walked in front of Han Yunxing and the two of them whispered a few words, but no one could hear what they were saying. As they spoke, Nangong Lai turned his head to look at Long Chen with a puzzled look in his eyes. Then, he continued to chat with Han Yunxing. Long Chen also didn't understand what was going on. Fortunately, he had achieved his goal. He didn't need to wait for 10 days and he could enter the true martial Emperor Palace in a high-profile manner. 3,000 palaces, a vast number of experts, hundreds of millions of true martial Emperor Palace disciples were waiting for him to conquer. "I am Lu Qingfeng, the leader of the true martial envoy who is recruiting new disciples for the Evil Dragon Palace. Congratulations on obtaining a spot to enter the Evil Dragon Palace. You have become a disciple of the Evil Dragon Palace. Your name is..." The man supporting Long Chen didn't have much of an imposing aura, and he was quite approachable. He looked at Long Chen curiously with a hint of admiration in his eyes as he spoke slowly. "I am Long Chen." Long Chen briefly introduced himself and looked around. The disciples who were going to enter the true martial Emperor Palace with him were all looking at him with respect. The other true martial envoys' eyes were also filled with surprise. Someone like Long Chen could rise very quickly even if he entered one of the 3,000 palaces. Once his deeds spread to the Evil Dragon Palace, those elders would probably flock over to take him as a disciple. Lu Qingfeng was very satisfied with Long Chen's neither servile nor overbearing performance. He smiled and patted Long Chen's shoulder. "Welcome to the Evil Dragon Palace as our new member. The Evil Dragon Palace is one of the 3,000 palaces. There are a total of 38,000 disciples. When you reach the Emperor Star, you will be able to see the majesty of the Evil Dragon Palace. This Emperor Star must be where the true martial Emperor Palace truly existed." Long Chen nodded and said, "It's my honor to join the Evil Dragon Palace." After entering the true martial Emperor Palace, one had to first join one of the 3,000 palaces. This time, the Evil Dragon Palace was recruiting new disciples. Long Chen had no choice. From what Lu Qingfeng said, the Evil Dragon Palace should be a good palace. At least the name had the word dragon in it. Long Chen gave Lu Qingfeng a very good impression. He wasn't arrogant or rash. He answered indifferently, just like when he was fighting. He had a mature will that surpassed his age. Such a young man could become the symbol of the Evil Dragon Palace. With Long Chen's current strength, he would be popular wherever he went. Lu Qingfeng's strength was at the peak of the 4th level of the Divine Martial Realm, the same level as Su Yang. In Long Chen's eyes, he wasn't very strong. However, he was at least the strongest cultivator here apart from the martial addict and the wine addict. Such a cultivator must be famous in the Serene Hell Mansion. However, in the true Martial Emperor Palace, he was just a small character in one of the 3,000 palaces. Only by going to the true Martial Emperor Palace would there be enough experts. Originally, we were preparing to leave with our disciples. We didn't expect you to cause such a big commotion. Now that it's over, we should return to the Emperor Star. We don't want to delay our journey." Lu Qingfeng smiled and explained to Long Chen. "All right." Long Chen nodded and went to the true Martial Emperor Palace with the other young people. Because of Long Chen's outstanding performance, the other young people didn't hate him. Instead, they were in awe and respect. At this moment, there were a few people talking with Long Chen, including Xueqi, Jianling and the others. Long Chen didn't have a domineering attitude. Instead, he was easy to get along with. Soon, he started talking with the young people who would be going to the same place to cultivate in the future. "I've been in the Sacred Martial Palace for a year. This year is the nightmare of my life. I've been cultivating desperately and finally reached the peak of my life today. I've entered the peak martial arts holy land of the Dragon Sacrificial Continent. You, on the other hand, entered in one day and you're so impressive." One of the men smiled bitterly. "That's because he has the strength. If it were you, would you dare to fight with a martial addict for so long?" Thinking of Nangong Lai, everyone's hair stood on end. Long Chen smiled. He was vigilant and looked in the direction of Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing. At this moment, the two of them were also looking at him with an indescribable emotion in their eyes. Long Chen was stunned and thought to himself, their behavior was very strange. Could it be that my true martial monarch soul was discovered? This should belong to the true martial Emperor Palace. But if they found it, why didn't they snatch it? While Long Chen was puzzled, Nangong Lai suddenly said, "Lu Qingfeng, ask your palace master to take good care of this little brother. If he isn't nurtured well, I, Nangong Lai, will go and raid his home." Lu Qingfeng sweated in his heart and quickly nodded. He guessed that Nangong Lai must be happy with Long Chen's outstanding performance, which was why he said such words. This old ancestor came from the core area of the true Martial Emperor Palace. Even the Evil Dragon Palace's palace master didn't dare to provoke him. The doubts in Long Chen's heart grew stronger. The true Martial Emperor Palace was the most suitable place that Lingxi had chosen for Long Chen. It was impossible for Long Chen to give up halfway because of such a small matter. Moreover, the other party didn't seem to have any malicious intent. As he thought of this, Long Chen tossed this matter aside and focused on the matters of the true Martial Emperor Palace. Following Lu Qingfeng and the others, Long Chen and the group of rookies looked around curiously. First, they walked into a forbidden area of the Sacred Martial Palace. It was a spacious hall. After walking for about 10 miles, Lu Qingfeng turned around and said to everyone, "The path to the Emperor Star, the sky-reaching martial Tao is right in front of you. The Emperor Star must be the lifelong dream of many of you. In that case, follow me." In front of Lu Qingfeng, a resplendent blue door appeared. It looked like a gem. On the 2 doors, there was a golden martial word that looked like it was cast in golden liquid. At this moment, The martial word gradually split into two halves and the blue door suddenly opened. The resplendent starlight assaulted Long Chen's face, causing him to hurriedly close his eyes. What made Long Chen feel the most was the almost liquefied Emperor spiritual energy in the air. The Emperor spiritual energy was extremely dense, 100 times denser than outside. This was the place with the densest Emperor spiritual energy that Long Chen had ever seen. It was terrifying. In this place, anyone from the myriad kingdoms domains Baiyang town would probably be able to cultivate to the three martial realms. Sometimes, the environment was the biggest reason for the difference. It wasn't that the people of the myriad kingdoms domain had no talent in the martial Tao. It was just that the environment they lived in was too harsh. After Long Chen adapted to the starlight, he opened his eyes wide and could clearly see the scene in front of him. The people beside him exclaimed in admiration. This was the first time they had seen the real true martial palace. In fact, what they saw was the sky-reaching martial Tao. The sky-reaching martial Tao was a path to the Emperor Star. And this door was the entrance to the sky-reaching martial Tao. Looking up, what appeared in front of Long Chen was a path completely formed by solid Emperor spiritual energy. This path was suspended in the void. It wasn't endless darkness below, but layers of clouds. Although it was said to be layers of clouds, it was actually clouds formed by liquid Emperor spiritual energy. This sky-reaching martial Tao flickered with blue and purple starlight. It was incomparably magnificent. The clouds in the sky were not only white, but also had other colors, like rainbows. Chapter 1063. Once you finish walking the heavenly martial path, you will be able to reach the Imperial Star. Time waits for no one. Hurry up. Under Lu Qingfeng's command, the team began to speed up. Long Chen and the group of rookies were mixed in the crowd, heading towards the exciting Imperial Star. The Imperial Star was filled with dreamy colors. Stepping on the heavenly martial path, Long Chen felt like he was floating. The surrounding Emperor spiritual qi was too rich. With just a little breath, a large amount of Emperor spiritual qi rushed into his body, nourishing his body that was slightly injured from the fight with Nangong Lai. Through the countless beautiful clouds formed by the Emperor spiritual qi, in the deepest part of the void, Long Chen could vaguely see a huge planet. This must be the Imperial Star that Lu Qingfeng mentioned. A long time ago, Long Chen had seen this Imperial Star in the Star Demon prison of the Lingwu family in Yuanling City. There was a void there, and there was a small star in it. However, that star was too small. In the ancient cemetery, the inheritance of the 7 brilliant Star Lords was also on a star, but that star was also very small. The Imperial Star in front of Long Chen was too big. Standing so far away, Long Chen could feel its size, not to mention approaching it. At this time, Lu Qingfeng was standing next to Long Chen. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions when they saw the outline of the Imperial Star, he smiled and said, "The Imperial Star is incomparably huge. Don't think that we're very close to it. With our speed, it'll take us at least 10 days to reach the Imperial Star. When we get there, you'll know how big the Imperial Star is." From the Imperial Star, it looks like we're in the clouds in the sky, and these clouds are completely formed by Emperor spiritual qi. The density of Emperor spiritual qi in the Imperial Star is the densest in the entire dragon sacrificial continent. I believe that you can feel it. This small cosmos world is called the true martial imperial domain. It is the core of the entire true martial imperial domain and controls the entire true martial imperial domain. How big is the Imperial Star? If the surface area of the Imperial Star is spread out, it should be the size of half of the Eastern Imperial Domain. Half of the Eastern Imperial Domain has a total of more than 50 prefectures and tens of billions of people, while the population of the Imperial Star is only 100 million. The Imperial Star is divided into more than 3,000 regions, which are where the 3,000 Great Halls are located. Long Chen came from the Eastern Imperial Domain, so he knew how big half of the Eastern Imperial Domain was. This Imperial Star was like an independent world. If the true martial imperial domain was already so big, one could imagine how big the other 9 realms of the 3 regions and 9 realms were. Along the way, everyone listened to Lu Qingfeng's explanation of the Imperial Star. Lu Qingfeng took good care of Long Chen and explained these things while standing beside Long Chen. In Long Chen's understanding, the outline of the Imperial Star was gradually formed. This huge planet was divided into 3,000 regions, and each region had a great hall. There were frequent exchanges between the 3,000 great halls, so the flow of people in the Imperial Star was very fast. The people of the true martial Imperial Palace seemed to be living in a small world. One planet, one sect. This was the true martial Imperial Palace. However, were there only 3,000 regions? Long Chen knew that compared to the true core of the true martial Imperial Palace, although the 3,000 great halls were the core of the true martial Imperial Palace, it was nothing. The true super experts and super geniuses were in that core. Our evil dragon palace is not considered strong among the 3,000 great halls, but we are not considered weak either. The experts in each of the 3,000 great halls are equivalent to the strength of the Eastern Imperial Palace in the Eastern Imperial Domain and the Western Imperial Domain. The strength of the weaker experts in the 3,000 great halls is also stronger than ordinary prefecture cities. Some of you came from the Four Emperors Domain, so you can roughly understand the difference in strength. In fact, to the people of the true martial Imperial Palace, the Four Emperors Domain is like a countryside. Lu Qingfeng's face flashed with pride when he said this. The strongest expert in the 3,000 great halls is actually as strong as the Eastern Imperial Palace. Long Chen was still very surprised when he heard this. One should know that there were 3,000 great halls in total, and they were not the true core of the true martial Imperial Palace. Seeing the shock in the eyes of the rookies, Lu Qingfeng was a little proud. Our evil dragon palace has a total of more than 30,000 people. Among them, the evil dragon palace master is also a famous warrior in the Imperial Palace. Under the Palace Master, there are a total of 10 Deputy Palace Masters. Each of the Deputy Palace Masters is also quite powerful. Next, there are 100 Elders and 100 Hall Masters. The overall strength of the Elders is a bit stronger than that of the Hall Masters. Whether it is the Elders or the Hall Masters, they are at least in the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm. Lu Qingfeng changed the topic and said, "Speaking of the Elders and Hall Masters, listen carefully. What I'm going to say next is related to you. The Evil Dragon Palace is divided into 100 halls, and each hall has about 300 disciples. Most of you will join these halls and become part of the Evil Dragon Palace. Each hall has a hall master to lead you. You and the hall master are superior and subordinate. The hall master is not allowed to accept disciples. Then who can accept disciples? Don't the disciples of the true martial Imperial Palace call each other senior and junior brothers?" One of the rookies asked. Lu Qingfeng smiled and said, "The hall master can't accept disciples, but the elders can. In the true martial Imperial Palace, every elder is independent. For example, the 100 elders of the Evil Dragon Palace can accept 1 to 10 disciples according to their strength. The elders can accept disciples according to their own will. So if you perform well and catch the attention of one of the elders, your future will be even more boring. Normally, the treatment of a true martial disciple is better than that of a normal disciple. After all, the hall master has 300 subordinates, while the elders have less than 10 disciples. When you arrive at the Evil Dragon Palace, you must try your best to show off and catch the attention of the elders. That way, your future will be easier." Among the 3,000 palaces, the other palaces were probably arranged like this. One palace master, several deputy palace masters, and elders and hall masters of the same rank. The hall masters and the disciples were superior and subordinate, while the elders and the disciples were master and disciple. The status of a true martial disciple was higher than that of a normal disciple, especially a true martial disciple of a high rank. Then, what is your status in the Evil Dragon Palace? After Lu Qingfeng finished speaking, Long Chen suddenly asked. He was very interested in this point. Lu Qingfeng's strength was not strong. He was not even at the level of an elder or hall master. Speaking of this, Lu Qingfeng said a little awkwardly, "To tell you the truth, I am a true martial disciple of the Evil Dragon Palace Master. However, I am the most disappointing one. I have followed my master for the longest time, but my achievements are the lowest. So, I can only do this small thing of leading you into the Evil Dragon Palace." Lu Qingfeng even said this. He was not worried that others would laugh at him. Not only did they not laugh at him, they were envious of Lu Qingfeng's identity. In their eyes, his strength of the peak of the 4th level of the Divine Martial Realm was not bad. At least, Lu Qingfeng was not even half of Sumo's age. Sumo was considered a genius in the Netherworld Palace. In other words, the Palace Master and Deputy Palace Master can also take disciples. Long Chen understood. With Nangong Lai's previous words, when Lu Qingfeng arrived at the Evil Dragon Palace, he would definitely introduce Long Chen's performance. With Long Chen's performance, there would definitely be many seniors fighting for this genius. Lu Qingfeng said with a smile, of course. Lu Qingfeng said with a smile, of course. To tell you the truth, if your performance in the sacred martial palace was known by them, I'm afraid all the deputy temple masters present would take you as a disciple. As for my master, it's also possible. Unfortunately, he's not in the Evil Dragon Palace recently. In the Evil Dragon Palace, the young core disciples who can bring glory to the Evil Dragon Palace are basically the disciples of the Temple Master and the Deputy Temple Master. In the Evil Dragon Palace, there's someone who has reached the 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm at such a young age, and that's my second junior brother. My other senior brothers and junior brothers are also very powerful. The first disciples of the other Deputy Temple Masters also have terrifying cultivation. The 6th level of the Divine Martial Realm. Long Chen squinted his eyes. The true Martial Emperor Palace was indeed a holy land for experts. Even a small Evil Dragon Palace had experts comparable to Chu Tiange. Long Chen was currently not Chu Tiange's match. At most, he could only deal with those in the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm who had just passed the fire-devouring tribulation. In other words, there were many young disciples in the Evil Dragon Palace whose cultivation was higher than Long Chen's. Long Chen put away his impatience. Keeping a low profile was his style. Long Chen's goal was not a small Evil Dragon Palace, but to conquer the 3,000 palaces and then charge into the mysterious core. That was the cradle of true experts. As he chatted with Lu Qingfeng, Long Chen became familiar with many things in the 3,000 palaces. As he walked through the boundless clouds, he felt as if he had descended to the mortal world. In their eyes, there was celestial chi swirling around them and celestial cranes dancing in the air. This was definitely a legendary celestial emperor star. This was a world that only existed in legends. Although he was still very far away, Long Chen could already smell the fragrance of the plants, hear the sound of the waterfall, and see the layers of clouds above the emperor star. The world within the immortal realm appeared in front of Long Chen. Just as Lu Qingfeng said, the closer he got, the more he felt the size of the emperor star. As he followed the blue jade-like martial path, he was only a short distance away from the emperor star. Long Chen felt a powerful force acting on his body. Everyone was persevering. Chapter 1064. The Imperial Star was another marvelous world. In the process of rapidly descending, some scenes flashed in front of Long Chen's eyes. Countless palaces and pavilions were suspended in the air. Countless fountains and waterfalls filled the air. Countless cranes and other strange beasts were flying in the air, running in the air. A desolate and heavy aura came from the ground. This was what Long Chen saw in a flash. At the same time on this Imperial Star, the aura of countless experts formed a wave of heat that soared into the sky. Even Long Chen felt a sense of fear when he encountered the divine origin chi flow formed by hundreds of millions of divine martial realm experts. That majestic aura rushed towards the sky, as if everyone's body was burning with flames. A total of hundreds of millions of flames soared into the sky. This was the aura of the Imperial Star. This aura was very difficult for Long Chen to bear, let alone the other rookies, whose faces were even paler. Looking at the Imperial Star from this angle, they felt as if they were fighting against the Imperial Star. Although it was a ridiculous illusion, everyone was still very afraid. The power of hundreds of millions of experts was too terrifying. The beautiful Imperial Star gradually became clear in front of Long Chen's eyes. Suddenly, on the side where the Imperial Star was about to disappear into the darkness, Long Chen saw a place that shocked him. There was a golden light in that place. Indistinctly, Long Chen saw dozens of golden pillars that soared into the sky. Each golden pillar was covered with black runes, and they all had an aura that made people bow their heads. Dozens of golden pillars formed a circle, surrounding a region. If the natural power formed by the hundreds of millions of experts of the Imperial Star was a huge shock to Long Chen, then the feeling that those dozens of golden pillars made Long Chen's heart tremble. Among the crowd, only he looked in that direction because he vaguely felt that direction was attracting him. But when his eyes came into contact with those dozens of golden pillars, his god martial spirit seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. Long Chen hurriedly closed his eyes. His head was dizzy, and he almost fainted. What is that place? This question echoed in Long Chen's mind. He knew that the dozens of golden talisman pillars must have surrounded an area. An idea quickly appeared in Long Chen's mind. Are you all right? Lu Qingfeng supported Long Chen. Under the attraction of the Emperor Star, only he could reach Long Chen's side. Over there, I saw the golden pillar. What is that place? Long Chen didn't look in that direction. Instead, he pointed in that direction. That was because the impact of that direction was too great, so he didn't dare to look. A world-shaking martial power erupted from that direction. Speaking of that place, Lu Qingfeng's face revealed a sacred expression. He said proudly, "That is the true core of the true martial emperor palace. It is the place that the disciples of the 3,000 halls yearn for their entire lives." Of course, that place is only a fantasy. The number of people who can enter that place can be counted on one's fingers. Those who are not the peak of the dragon sacrificial continent can't go there. It can be said that that place is not only the core of the true martial emperor palace, but also the core of the true martial imperial domain. Long Chen understood. That place should be the mysterious place above the 3,000 halls. 99 golden demons suppressing columns surround the sacred land of our true martial emperor palace. It is the pride and glory of the 100 and 300 million disciples of the true martial emperor palace. We have dreamed of its name since we were young. That is the true martial god palace. The true martial emperor palace has 3,000 halls surrounding the martial god palace. Even if the 3,000 halls are as strong as the eastern and western imperial palaces, they are only a part of the periphery of the true martial emperor palace. This was the pride of Lu Qingfeng as a member of the true martial emperor palace. Therefore, he told Long Chen everything without holding back. Long Chen calmed his mind and didn't look at that place again. He wasn't someone who would bite off more than he could chew. With his current strength, it was only suitable for him to mingle in one of the 3,000 halls. An existence like the martial god palace would probably take 100 years for one person to enter. There were probably many old monsters that were close to 10,000 years old. Perhaps only a genius like Lingxi could enter such a place. The people of the sacred martial palace risked their lives for the 3,000 halls. The people of the 3,000 halls risked their lives for the martial god palace. Long Chen had close to 80 years of free time. He was currently in the evil dragon palace of the 3,000 halls. But who knew where he, Long Chen, would be in 10 years? The ancestral dragon physique had brought him too many things. Under the increasing attraction of the Emperor Star, everyone's speed increased, creating a lot of sparks with the surrounding Emperor spiritual energy. However, everyone had the divine martial body, so it wasn't a big deal to them. After the conversation with Lu Qingfeng, the fairy-like Emperor Star appeared in front of Long Chen. When he was about to hit the ground, Long Chen's strength exceeded that of an ordinary person's. His legs bounced on the ground, and he completely cushioned the impact of his fall. His physical body was already strong enough to surpass a large number of phase realms. In contrast, the others, even Lu Qingfeng, did not have it as easy as Long Chen. The rookies even fell head first to the ground, and it took them a long time to get up. The feeling of stepping on the ground was different from the sky-connecting martial path. Long Chen and the others had already come down from the sky-connecting martial path. While the others were tidying themselves up, Long Chen was already looking around. Is this the Emperor Star? The world was incomparably vast. It felt exactly like the dragon sacrificial continent. However, the dragon sacrificial continent was incomparably huge and had billions of people, while this Emperor Star could only accommodate 100 million peak cultivators. They were in the middle of a towering mountain range. The mountains were black and boundless, and the cliffs looked like they were carved by swords. The vast blue color extended from Long Chen's eyes all the way to the horizon. Above the mountains was a lush and verdant forest. The clear rivers were like long snakes, running through the mountains. A large river rushed past Long Chen's side. From time to time, there would be some demon beasts brimming with spiritual chi poking their heads out of the water, but when they saw that it was a living person, they quickly disappeared. Under the sky was a layer of clouds formed by pure white emperor spiritual energy. Under the clouds, there were many immortal cranes and other demonic beasts flying in the sky. On top of those demonic beasts that were filled with spiritual energy, there were also martial cultivators. The dense emperor spiritual energy rushed towards Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't adapt to it for a while. In a place like this, even trash can probably cultivate to the sky martial realm. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is too dense. As far as Long Chen's eyes could see, spiritual herbs could be found everywhere in the mountain range. Ordinary trees contained a lot of spiritual energy. If such trees were placed in the myriad kingdom's domain, They would be treasures that would be fought over by billions of people. In the forest, there were also many rare demonic beasts that didn't harm people. Under the guidance of the martial cultivators, they lived peacefully with the true Martial Emperor Palace's martial cultivators and even became friends. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng had already come over. When he saw everyone sizing up the Imperial Star with shock in their eyes, he smiled complacently. Everyone who came to the Imperial Star would be like this because this place was simply too beautiful. More than 90% of the entire Imperial Star was filled with lush forests and tranquil lakes and oceans. The rest of the land was filled with the 3,000 halls of the true Martial Emperor Palace. Everyone, follow me. Don't run around. The Evil Dragon Palace's territory is not far from here. This is public territory. Don't wander around. If you barge into another palace's territory without an identity pendant, you will suffer a great loss. Everyone didn't say much and directly followed Lu Qingfeng. Not long after, a group of veiled women, led by a beautiful girl, soared into the sky about a few miles behind Long Chen, heading towards the sky-connecting martial path. Those are the people from the Wind Divine Hall. Most of them are beauties. If you are capable in the future, you can also go to the Wind Divine Hall and hook up with one of them. You can show our Evil Dragon Palace some prestige. They should be recruiting new disciples. Every 10 days, a new hall will appear in the Sacred Martial Palace. I didn't expect the Wind Divine Hall to be behind us. Originally, Long Chen didn't care much about it. However, he felt a little strange. He seemed to know the leader of the group of women, but he couldn't remember where. It feels like I've seen her somewhere before. The cold and arrogant aura of the other party was very familiar. However, Long Chen smiled bitterly and thought, this is my first time coming to the true Martial Emperor Palace. I might know someone here. Thinking up to this point, he didn't think too much and quickly followed Lu Qingfeng, disappearing into the lush forest surrounded by white mist. The woman who had just started on the sky-connecting martial path turned her head and saw a group of men submerged in the forest. She seemed to be familiar with one of the men. Who is that? She asked in a cold voice. Senior Sister Hui Feng. He seems to be from the Evil Dragon Palace. It's just a small hall. Senior Sister Feng, don't worry about it, another woman said. The woman thought for a moment. She really didn't know anyone in the Evil Dragon Palace. Therefore, she didn't say much and continued in the direction of the Sacred Martial Palace. Following Lu Qingfeng, Long Chen flew through the mountains that were like a paradise on earth. After about half a day, Long Chen finally sensed someone's aura in front of them. When they flew over a clear lake and passed through a 100-meter-tall forest, an exquisite palace appeared in front of them. It was built in the middle of the mountains. There were 1 or 2 palaces on each towering mountain. Chapter 1065. Everyone, this is the Evil Dragon Palace. The Evil Dragon Palace is built on top of the True Dragon Mountain Range. There are a total of 300 mountains, and the buildings of our Evil Dragon Palace are built on top of them. Among them, 100 are the 100 halls. The rest are the elders, vice hall masters, pill hall, weapon hall, tower of trials, and so on. After you settle down here, you will slowly familiarize yourself with the Evil Dragon Palace. Because you are new disciples, I will first bring you to the Cloud Ascension platform. After you meet the elders there, you will be able to determine where you belong. Yes. Long Chen and the others noted it down and nodded. Long Chen raised his head and looked at the majestic mountain range in front of him. It was roughly 100,000 li, or even 1,000,000 li. In such a huge place, there were a total of 300 mountains with majestic palaces. This was only one of the palaces of the true Martial Emperor Palace. In terms of size, it was almost the same as the Emperor Dong Imperial Palace. Moreover, how could the Emperor Dong Imperial Palace have so much Emperor spiritual qi? If even the Evil Dragon Palace was like this, what about the other peak palaces? What about the Martial God Palace? While Long Chen was lost in thought, Lu Qingfeng had already brought them to the Cloud Ascension platform. The Cloud Ascension platform was located on top of a very tall mountain. At the peak, there was a platform with a radius of 1,000 li. This was the so-called Cloud Ascension platform. The Imperial Star's cloud layer was very low, and it was shrouded in clouds all year round. At this time, the Cloud Ascension platform was also shrouded in clouds. Standing on the cloud ascension platform and looking down, Long Chen could see many demonic beasts flying around the evil dragon palace. Among these demonic beasts, there were many experts, and even divine realm existences. Long Chen personally saw one of the demonic beasts flying and transforming into human form, walking together with the disciples of the true martial emperor palace. Although the disciples who could enter the imperial palace weren't necessarily strong, their potential and quality were indeed much stronger than the divine martial realm disciples of the martial saint palace. This is an immortal beast raised by our emperor palace. Just like the demonic beasts, it also possesses intelligence and can transform into a human form. However, its heart belongs to our true martial emperor palace. Immortal beasts are the companions of our emperor palace's cultivators. Therefore, in the future, you must refrain from ordering immortal beasts around. It's very possible that this inconspicuous immortal beast is a pet raised by some almighty expert. Noticing the doubt in everyone's eyes, Lu Qingfeng turned around and chuckled. After leading Long Chen and the others to the center of the cloud ascension platform, Lu Qingfeng faced them and said, "In the imperial palace, every palace hall has an opportunity to replenish new blood once every 300 days. It has been almost a year since the last time you came up to the cloud ascension platform. In this 1 year, among the 30,000 disciples of the evil dragon palace, only 20 or so have died due to various accidents. Your arrival just so happens to balance out the situation." Speaking up to here, Lu Qingfeng looked at the other peaks shrouded in clouds and said, "The evil dragon palace values new blood very much. Currently, there are 6 vice palace masters permanently stationed in the evil dragon palace. I don't know how many will come, but I reckon there will be 20 to 30 elders and hall masters. When the time comes, I will tell them about your performance in the martial saint palace. Whether you can become an elder's true disciple or enter 100 halls and become an ordinary disciple will depend on your luck." Everyone nodded. It seemed like this was also a test. After Lu Qingfeng returned, someone from the evil dragon palace had already gone in to report. Everyone waited for a short period of time before elders and hall masters arrived on the cloud platform. Some of them rode on immortal beasts, and even more of them rode on immortal cranes. After arriving, the immortal cranes would usually transform into handsome men and women, standing behind these warriors. Basically, the hall masters and elders were all existences in the 5th layer of the divine martial realm, and they were not young either. These people were all around the same level as old devil Su Zhen. There were even some at the level of underworld emperor Gao Yan. Of course, there were also 1 or 2 at the level of the netherworld mansion master. In about 15 minutes, all the elders and hall masters who were interested in the new blood had arrived. Long Chen stood in front of Lu Qingfeng, not daring to move. After all, among these elders and hall masters, there were already people whose battle strength surpassed his. Each hall had roughly 200 hall masters and 200 elders. In other words, there were 3,000 halls in the true martial emperor palace. In total, there were around 60,000 5th-layer divine martial realm cultivators, or even higher, reaching a terrifying number of 100,000. After arriving, the elders and hall masters did not say anything. They just watched from the side and chatted with others of the same status. This gave Long Chen and the other rookies a lot of pressure. Lu Qingfeng was still standing there quietly. He was the disciple of the evil dragon palace master, so his status was not lower than these people. Therefore, he did not need to salute. After a short while, the hall master and the elders arrived. There were around 50 strong cultivators of the 5th god Qi layer. After glancing around, they didn't find anyone particularly eye-catching, so they didn't really care. Of course, even if someone was eye-catching, it wouldn't be their turn to look at them. At this time, several strong gusts of wind broke through the clouds and arrived in an instant. Long Chen felt a terrifying pressure descend. The feeling he had when facing Chu Tiange appeared again. Long Chen immediately realized that this was the grand true martial emperor palace. Even if it was just one of the halls, it could not be underestimated. There were 3 people in total, 2 men and 1 woman. The men were middle-aged men and the woman wasn't young either. She was an attractive and charming woman. If Long Chen wasn't wrong, these 3 people were all in the 6th layer of the divine martial realm and had already mastered the peerless golden body. Following the arrival of the 3 people, a few young disciples appeared behind them. They were probably the disciples who had followed them. These 3 people should be the vice palace masters that Lu Qingfeng had mentioned. In the evil dragon palace, they were only below 1 person and above 10,000 people. Among the 2 men, One of them was a short and stout cultivator. His skin was dark, and he had a barbaric aura. His pair of blood-red eyes were waiting for Long Chen and the others. He gave Long Chen the feeling that he was a bit weaker than Chu Tiange. He should be in the 6th layer of the divine martial realm. The other man was the opposite. He was a handsome middle-aged man like Sumo. His long black beard fluttered in the wind, and he looked very gentle. In his eyes, there was a kind of indifference and tranquility as if he had seen through the world of mortals. Compared to Sumo, he was slightly older. In terms of strength, he was the most terrifying person present. He should be on the same level as Chu Tiange, at the peak of the 6th layer of the divine martial realm. Long Chen would definitely not be able to kill Chu Tiange a second time. Last time, if it wasn't for Lingxi, Long Chen's ending would have been very miserable. Therefore, Long Chen was in awe of this man with long black hair that fluttered in the wind like a waterfall. That man's eyes were like a deep pool of water, unfathomable. That feeling of being able to see through one's heart was enough to make one's heart tremble. That simple blue and white robe on his body added a kind of ethereal temperament to him. In general, putting aside his strength, he was a very amiable person. Behind this middle-aged man, there was a pair of twins. They looked very similar. At this moment, they were curiously looking at Long Chen's side. After discovering that there wasn't a single cultivator of the same level, they raised their arrogant heads, disdain flickering in their eyes. Before the Vice Palace Masters could say anything, they had already spoken. Today's level is even worse. Not even one of them is at the peak of the 3rd layer of the divine martial realm. Moreover, they are not young either. It seems that they don't have much potential. That's right. 2 years ago, the Fire Cloud Hall brought back a 10-year-old youth. Today, he is already at the peak of the 3rd layer of the divine martial realm. For these people to reach this realm, they must be 100 years old. Just as the two were about to say more, the middle-aged man in front of them turned around and gave them a very ordinary look. However, it made them shut their mouths. The main characters had already arrived. Lu Qingfeng cupped his hands towards the 3 palace masters and said, "Palace Master Jiang, Palace Master Chen, and Palace Master Li, these are the young disciples that Senior Nangong Lai selected to enter my evil dragon hall. Their cultivations are not bad. Let me introduce them one by one." Lu Qingfeng didn't waste time and directly introduced the 20 people one by one. Along the way, no one interrupted to ask for them. In other words, no elders were willing to accept them as true disciples. Among the Vice Palace Masters, the handsome middle-aged man said, "Since it's like that, then first enter the various great halls to gain experience. If you have impressive results, then there will only be people willing to accept you as disciples. If you have outstanding talent, then I, Jiang, will personally accept you as disciples." The other 2 Vice Palace Masters smiled and nodded, but didn't express their opinions. This time's meeting on the cloud platform was just a formality. There weren't any particularly outstanding disciples, so everyone was dispirited. Since Palace Master Jiang had spoken, then it meant that they could disperse. Among the 3,000 great halls, the position of the elders was slightly higher than the hall masters. They were also slightly stronger, had slightly more authority, and had higher horizons. When the elders accepted disciples, they had to consider a certain amount of things and couldn't be done casually. Here, there weren't any disciples that would make people want to fight over them. The Evil Dragon Hall was only a mid-tier hall. The possibility of those envious disciples appearing was very small. At this time, those elders were preparing to leave, but the hall masters didn't. After all, these new disciples were going to join the 100 great halls and become ordinary disciples. Ordinary disciples could also become true disciples through hard work, or even higher. Just at this time, Lu Qingfeng took out Long Chen. He gently pushed Long Chen to his side and said in a clear voice, "Let me introduce the last one to everyone." Previously, he didn't introduce Long Chen, so everyone left him out. After all, Long Chen was only at the 2nd layer of the divine martial realm and had just developed his divine sense. Among the new disciples, he wasn't that outstanding. A total of 5 chapters. I still owe everyone 7 chapters. I'll pay it back slowly. Chapter 1066. Lu Qingfeng's words piqued everyone's interest. Lu Qingfeng was the eldest disciple of the evil dragon palace's palace master. Although he did not have the strength of the eldest disciple, his identity was still there. Although everyone secretly despised him, they still had to show some respect in front of him. Oh, then tell me, what's so special about this little guy that he's worthy of me taking him as a legacy disciple? One of the elders sized up Long Chen. He noticed that Long Chen's god-martial soul was very young, in his 20s. Compared to the others, he was younger. Lu Qingfeng sneered in his heart. These old fellows were easy to anger. Lu Qingfeng wanted to use Long Chen to fiercely intimidate them and let them experience the feeling of not being able to eat grapes. Thus, he sneered and said, "Yang Dong, you still don't have the qualifications to accept him as a true disciple." Lu Qingfeng's words caught the attention of everyone who didn't care. Everyone was curious as to just what kind of youth could make Lu Qingfeng say such words for him, to the point of contradicting Elder Yang Dong. No matter what, Yang Dong was someone who had passed the devouring fire tribulation. Yang Dong did not expect that he would suffer such a loss. He sneered and said, "What kind of achievements can a little boy in the second level of the divine martial realm, who is only at the divine sense realm, have? Tell us, let us see what kind of disciple he is. Even I, Yang Dong, am not qualified to take him as a disciple." Lu Qingfeng did not expect that he would suffer such a loss. He sneered and said, "This little brother is called Long Chen. On the first day he arrived at the sacred martial palace, he was personally valued by the martial maniac, Senior Nangong Lai. On his way back, that senior even asked me to take good care of Long Chen, otherwise, he would cause trouble for my master." Everyone was shocked. Lu Qingfeng definitely wouldn't joke around with Nangong Lai, which meant that what he had said was the truth. Originally they hadn't thought much of Long Chen, but from what Lu Qingfeng had said, they realized how much Nangong Lai valued Long Chen. Just how special was this young man? Some of the people on the scene could still see that Long Chen's divine awareness had just been awakened, which meant that his realm was at the second level of the divine martial realm. However, this youngster's body indeed had a kind of dangerous aura, as if he was a ferocious beast. That disdainful murderous aura, although he was concealing it, could still be felt. Then tell me about Long Chen's performance in the sacred martial palace. That handsome palace master Jiang spoke in an amiable tone, like a spring breeze. He was probably the only one whom Lu Qingfeng dared not to slight. Among the 10 deputy palace masters, basically all of them were warriors at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm with a supreme golden body. However, some of them had just entered the 6th level, while some had reached the peak. Palace Master Jiang was one of the few who had reached the peak. His words were very useful in the entire evil dragon palace. Lu Qingfeng nodded and started to tell everyone what had happened to Long Chen in the sacred martial palace. Actually, it was very simple. It was nothing more than completing the 1,000 slaughter and fighting with the martial maniac Nangong Lai for nearly half an hour. The people present, especially the deputy palace masters, naturally knew that the martial maniac Nangong Lai was from the martial god palace. For Long Chen to be able to achieve this, it was really heaven-defying. If that was really the case, then Lu Qingfeng's earlier statement that Yang Dong was not qualified to take Long Chen as a disciple was the truth. Nangong Lai had not brought Long Chen into the evil dragon palace to hand him over to an elder. However, this matter was too strange. A mere second level of the divine martial realm could achieve this. The crowd did not believe it, especially some of the youngsters, who were eager to try. The elders and hall masters also looked at each other in dismay. They looked at Long Chen with shock and doubt in their eyes. At this moment, among the 3 deputy palace masters, the female deputy palace master spoke. "Since you are a little genius, then become my disciple. You are called Long Chen, right? I have many beauties under me." While the elders and hall masters were still in disbelief, the 3 deputy palace masters had already started fighting. It did not matter if Lu Qingfeng was real or not. It was better to be safe than sorry. If Lu Qingfeng was really so amazing, missing out on such a talented disciple would be a lifelong regret. Now that even the vice palace master had spoken, the elders present had basically lost their qualifications. Everyone exchanged glances with each other, feeling somewhat helpless. That elder called Yang Dong's face alternated between green and red. He had been a little embarrassed earlier. Long Chen's earlier performance was like a slap to his face. After the female palace master finished speaking, the short and sturdy deputy palace master He was unwilling. He glared at the female palace master and said, "Li Bijiang, How can you snatch him just like that? Do you think I, Chen Yuantong, don't exist? After saying that, he, who was originally ferocious, tried his best to put on a gentle expression. He looked at Long Chen and said, "Little brother, I saw that you were able to compete with Senior Nangong in terms of physical strength. I, Chen Yuantong, have cultivated a grade 7 body refining battle skill, the Rock Devil Divine Body. Among the Deputy Palace Masters, my body is the strongest. If you become my disciple, this grade 7 divine skill, the Rock Devil Divine Body, will be yours in the near future." The two of them fought to be the first. One of them used a beauty to tempt Long Chen, while the other used the Rock Devil Divine Body. This scene was an eye-opener for the other elders and hall masters. At the same time, they also realized how precious Long Chen was. They could not help but blame Lu Qingfeng. If Lu Qingfeng did not tell them about Long Chen's battle achievements, such a heaven-defying disciple would definitely become their disciple. The hall master was not present. Only the 3 deputy palace masters had come. The other deputy palace masters who did not come would probably be beating their chests and stamping their feet in their homes after hearing the news. The 2 deputy palace masters continued to argue with one another, causing the atmosphere to be extremely lively. At this moment, Deputy Palace Master Jiang waved his hand and said, "That's enough. As a dignified deputy palace master, don't embarrass yourself in front of the young disciples." The 2 deputy palace masters seemed to be a little afraid of this deputy palace master Jiang. After he spoke, the 2 of them angrily rebuked each other, but then shut their mouths. The 2 deputy palace masters were fighting like this, causing the disciples behind them to feel a little jealous. Back when their masters were taking them as disciples, they did not act like this. At this moment, behind Deputy Palace Master Jiang, the 2 identical twins glanced at each other and understood each other's intentions. Long Chen was so popular, and had even surpassed them when they were in the past. This made the 2 of them feel very uncomfortable. No matter how they looked at it, Long Chen was only at the 2nd level of the divine martial realm. Although his body was very strong, it was impossible for him to fight against the 2 of them who were at the 4th level of the divine martial realm. Although he had just entered the 4th level of the divine martial realm and was not as strong as Lu Qingfeng, the crucial point was that the 2 of them were still young, not more than 50 years old. At this moment, one of them suddenly took a few steps forward and said to Deputy Palace Master Jiang, "Master, we brothers have a request. We don't know if this Long Chen's strength is as incredible as Lu Qingfeng said. How about I test him, so that we won't become a laughingstock when the 2 deputy palace masters fight over him, only to end up with a piece of trash?" Hearing this, the other 2 deputy palace masters glanced at each other. They were a little curious about how Long Chen was able to complete the 1,000-people slaughter. There were warriors at the 3rd level of the divine martial realm in the 1,000-people slaughter. Basically, only warriors who had a very high level of comprehension in the way of sword could kill someone at a higher level. However, it was only a little bit higher at most. How on earth did Long Chen accomplish this? Or was he hiding his strength? If they took a piece of trash back, they would become a laughingstock. Furthermore, the one who was going to test Long Chen was Deputy Palace Master Zhang's disciple, and not the 2 Deputy Palace Masters' disciples. Therefore, the 2 Deputy Palace Masters naturally didn't mind. They took the initiative and said, "Go ahead, but you have to know when to stop. Don't hurt this little brother." Deputy Palace Master Zhang's disciple hurriedly nodded his head in excitement. He then glanced at his master, and seeing that his master didn't say anything, it meant that he had agreed. Therefore, he took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Long Chen. He looked at Long Chen with disdain, then said with a clear voice, "I am Zhang Lingguan, the 5th disciple of my master. My cultivation has just entered the 4th level of the divine martial realm, and I have already comprehended the pinnacle of martial arts, the peak of martial arts. Do you dare to fight with me?" This teenager had delicate features. If he were to change his appearance, he might even be able to disguise himself as a girl. After all, he was just a kid. Although he might be older than Long Chen, his experience was far too lacking. In this kind of situation, it was taboo to stand out. Yet he had come out to stand out. Obviously, he wasn't mature enough. However, Long Chen was very satisfied with this. It just so happened that someone had come out to show his might, so why not? Lu Qingfeng didn't feel any pressure. He knew that what he said was true, but in fact, everyone still didn't really believe him. Therefore, he sensibly took a few steps back, and gave the battlefield to Long Chen and Jiang Lingwen. Long Chen raised his head. That kind of firm willpower had already made everyone admire him. He took a glance at Jiang Lingwen, then suddenly said, "Aren't you two coming together? Since that's the case, come at me together." "What?" Jiang Lingwen was infuriated. Long Chen's words were simply too ignorant. He actually wanted to challenge both of them at the same time. How hateful. Jiang Lingwen clenched his teeth and angrily said, "What a country bumpkin who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think the people of the true martial emperor palace are as simple as you think they are? If you're courting death, I alone will be enough to beat you up." Behind him, Hall Master Zhang furrowed his brows. He was a little dissatisfied with his disciple's temperament. It wasn't a good sign for him to get angry so easily. Thus he said, "Lingwen, cut the crap and face the battle calmly." "Yes." Jiang Lingwen hurriedly nodded. After that, he looked at Long Chen and said in a clear voice, "Be careful. I'm going to execute the famous battle technique of my evil dragon palace, the evil dragon heaven-defying fist. If you can't block it, feel free to shout for mercy. I will stop immediately. If you don't blame me for injuring you." The reply he got was a faint smile from Long Chen. Jiang Lingwen couldn't stand the fact that Long Chen could still pretend to be indifferent when facing him. He felt that he was being looked down upon. Hence, he immediately executed his grade 4 divine skill. The evil dragon heaven-defying fist blasted towards Long Chen. The might of this fist contained the will of the martial Tao. Jiang Lingwen's strength wasn't any weaker than the vine dragon that Long Chen had encountered. In fact, under Hall Master Zhang's nurturing, Jiang Lingwen didn't have any flaws and was even stronger. Chapter 1067. Jiang Lingwen's punch contained the will of martial. Seeing the performance of this punch, the surrounding spectators were all nodding their heads in approval. As expected of Hall Master Zhang's disciple, the strength he displayed was indeed extraordinary. Against existences of the same level as him, many would not be a match for him. If Long Chen was really as incredible as Lu Qingfeng had said, he should be able to resist Jiang Lingwen. Therefore, the spectators were looking forward to the result of this battle. Evil dragon defying the heavens, the might of a single punch. A majestic image of an earth dragon rushed out from Jiang Lingwen's fist, bringing with it a powerful aura. It broke through the clouds and attacked Long Chen. This was a huge beast covered in thick armor, and it looked a bit like a pangolin. This punch was also like a pangolin, and it was filled with a piercing power. Rip! A blood-curdling scream resounded in the air. Under the attack of the evil dragon against the heavens, Long Chen was as weak as a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea, swaying with the wind. Jiang Lingwen's punch basically had no flaws. However, to the current Long Chen, even if he didn't use the desolate scarlet blood, this punch was still too weak. After Jiang Lingwen's punch arrived, at the most crucial moment, Long Chen suddenly rushed forward, using his own body to receive Jiang Lingwen's punch. The spectators all squinted their eyes. Long Chen's performance was too bold. Even they wouldn't dare to approach such a punch so easily. In an instant, the entire cloud ascending platform trembled slightly. This Long Chen is dead for sure. Under such an attack, basically no one believed that Long Chen would be able to withstand it. Jiang Lingwen must have been enraged to use such a killing move right from the start. Seeing that Long Chen was already in front of his fist, Jiang Lingwen smiled. He secretly thought that Lu Qingfeng was boasting too much. He didn't want to take Long Chen's life. Just as he was about to withdraw his attack, he didn't expect that at this critical moment, Long Chen's speed would suddenly increase by more than 10 times. Before the evil dragon against the heavens, he directly reached out his hand and destroyed the evil dragon against the heavens before grabbing Jiang Lingwen's fist. All of this happened in an instant. Long Chen had broken Jiang Lingwen's attack with his bare hands. Moreover, he had even managed to grab hold of Jiang Lingwen's hand. This result caused everyone to be dumbfounded. In their opinion, no matter how heaven-defying Long Chen was, it was impossible for him to achieve such a feat. He had blocked Jiang Lingwen's evil dragon against the heavens with his bare hands. Everyone was stunned, especially Jiang Lingwen himself. In that instant, Long Chen had given him the illusion that he could control his life at any time. How could this be possible? He was the disciple of a dignified deputy hall master. An ordinary elder's disciple couldn't compare to him. His first reaction was to struggle free of Long Chen's control with all his might. However, he quickly realized that he was overthinking. Long Chen's strength had exceeded his expectations. When he sent the divine energy in his body to attack Long Chen's arm, Long Chen's tyrannical dragon blood divine energy counterattacked, causing his blood to churn. Boom! Long Chen let go of his arm, and Jiang Lingwen was sent flying backwards. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, his younger twin brother stabilized him in the end. Both of their faces were filled with shock. Their minds were connected, and they could already feel Long Chen's strength. It wasn't just a facade, it was real. The three deputy hallmasters glanced at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. There was no need to mention the elders and hallmasters. Disciples like Long Chen, whose fighting strength far exceeded his cultivation level, were exactly what they liked. Unfortunately, a truly good disciple like Long Chen was far from being their turn. He actually blocked Jiang Lingwen's attack with his bare hands. He even used divine energy to push Jiang Lingwen back. In other words, this young man is stronger than Jiang Lingwen in terms of both physical strength and divine energy. However, isn't his cultivation level only at the second level of the divine martial realm? Cultivation level can still be concealed. This little guy is amazing. He must have some method to conceal his strength that we don't understand. Nowadays, this little guy likes to play the pig to eat the tiger. While the crowd was discussing, Jiang Lingwen and Jiang Lingwu's faces were burning. As the disciples of Hall Master Jiang, their position in the Evil Dragon Palace wasn't low. As long as it was an arranged battle, they would basically never lose. However, today, they were actually pushed back by Long Chen. How could they face the ordinary disciples in the future? One should know that they were in the fourth level of the divine martial realm. I already said, you two should come together. Long Chen's eyes had a kind of majesty that didn't match his age. Who said I lost? If you want to defeat me, this doesn't count. Jiang Lingwen stood up angrily and rushed towards Long Chen. Jiang Lingwu, who was beside him, did the same. They were all powerful in the Evil Dragon Palace. Even the elders and hall masters present didn't dare to do anything to them. Yet, a newcomer like Long Chen dared to defeat them. However, when compared with Long Chen's speed and physical body, they quickly despaired. Even if Long Chen stood there and let them hit him, they wouldn't be able to cause much damage. At the same time, with Long Chen's speed, no matter what method they used, they wouldn't be able to catch up with Long Chen. After fooling around with them for a while, Long Chen saw that Hall Master Zhang's face was a bit unsightly. So, he stopped and didn't do anything to the two. When Long Chen stopped and stepped back, the two guys who were fooled by him fell to the ground in exhaustion. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock towards Long Chen. It had to be said that Long Chen was indeed as strong as Lu Qingfeng said. He must have concealed his cultivation of the second level of the divine martial realm. The two looked down on Long Chen at the beginning, but after witnessing Long Chen's true strength, they realized that they were not strong enough. At the same time, they felt a trace of reverence towards Long Chen. Your strength is indeed not bad. We are sincerely convinced. Welcome to the Evil Dragon Palace. If there is a chance, we will seek you out again and truly determine the winner. Long Chen nodded with a smile. These two guys were actually not arrogant or vicious people. Previously, they did not agree with Lu Qingfeng's words and wanted to test Long Chen. Now, they realized that Long Chen was indeed very strong. They were sincerely convinced. Although they were unwilling to accept their defeat, they did not have any other thoughts. If it was those people that Long Chen had encountered before, they would probably be thinking of how to take Long Chen's life. Anytime, said Long Chen. His attitude was neither servile nor overbearing, which made the warriors present admire him again. They had a premonition that this young man would become a rising star of the Evil Dragon Palace. Whoever accepted him as a disciple would have a higher status in the Evil Dragon Palace in the future. When Long Chen finished his performance, Li Bijiang and Chen Yuantong's eyes were already blazing with fighting spirit. There was no doubt that they both thought highly of Long Chen. The elders and hall masters crossed their arms and prepared to watch the show. They wanted to see how Xiao Chen and the two vice palace masters would fight. As for the other palace master Jiang, he did not have any intention of fighting over the disciple. Chen Yuantong and Li Bijiang exchanged glances and saw the hostility in each other's eyes. Hence, Chen Yuantong smiled and said, "Since both of you have taken a liking to him, let's go with the old rules. Whoever wins slightly will get Long Chen. Li Bijiang, do you dare? Chen Yuantong, do you think I'm afraid of a dark dwarf like you? Li Bijiang sneered. Her words directly poked at Chen Yuantong's weak spot. It was precisely because of his good looks that Chen Yuantong was basically bullied when he was young, especially by those women who had a little bit of beauty. They often gave him a bad look, just like Li Bijiang. The anger of the two of them had successfully erupted. The crowd quickly moved away from them, worried that they would be affected by the fight. They were undying cultivators at the 6th level of the divine martial realm, with a supreme golden body. Just a casual attack from them could easily injure the crowd. An enormous aura was emitted from the two cultivators. The two of them confronted each other with equal harshness, not willing to give in at all. Li Bijiang's words, dark dwarf, had directly provoked the hatred between the two of them. Palace Master Jiang, who was in the middle, did not move at all. Senior Jiang, you will be the judge of the matter between the two of us today. I would like to see if Li Bijiang is really qualified to be my opponent. That's great. Senior Jiang, just watch. Don't let this dark dwarf use some shameful methods. You can get to this stage with your looks. You must have used some schemes to kill many people. Chen Yuantong's face turned red from being scolded. He thought for a while and said, "You have the nerve to criticize others for what you have done. You probably used your body to exchange for that 7th grade battle skill. Shameless." When the two of them were fighting, how could they have known that someone would be shocked by their words? That person was Long Chen. Senior Jiang. This name was incomparably familiar. Long Chen recalled what Feng Yangzi had told him in the 5 Emperors' secret territory. Jiang Qing was in the true martial emperor palace. Long Chen had almost forgotten about this matter. He had never thought that he would meet him on the first day. He came to the true martial emperor palace. Senior Jiang, are you the person who plotted against Feng Yangzi and his junior sister? Jiang Qing's gentle and scholarly appearance made it impossible to tell that he was such a person. However, Long Chen understood that most hypocrites would look like this, just like Sumo. Of course, because Sumo was a member of the Netherworld Army, he had a wild aura that was slightly different from Jiang Qing's. One could wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, but by chance finding it without even looking for it. This phrase was very suitable to describe Long Chen's current mood. He stared blankly at Jiang Qing a few times. After startling Jiang Qing, he hurriedly lowered his head. Chapter 1068. At this moment, the conflict between Li Bijiang and Chen Yuantong had reached its breaking point. Seeing that a huge battle was about to break out, Jiang Qing finally could not stand it anymore. She said coldly, "Aren't the two of you just letting the new disciples laugh at you? The palace master does not wish for the two vice palace masters to lose the reputation of the evil dragon palace. Since you both want this disciple, then let him decide. What's the point of fighting to see who is stronger?" Jiang Qing's words were intimidating enough. The two of them were very confident in themselves. Thinking of this, they also felt that it was not suitable to fight in public. However, when they saw Chen Yuantong's face, they really wanted to beat him up. Since that's the case, little brother Long Chen, you decide for yourself. Follow me. Chen Yuantong. As long as it's a body-tempering battle skill, I can get it for you. Let's not talk about anything else. In any case, becoming my disciple is much better than being a woman. Chen Yuantong guided Long Chen patiently. Li Bijiang coldly snorted and said, "It would be strange if I'm willing to follow someone as fierce as you. Which one of my disciples isn't handsome, confident, and beautiful? Moreover, I, Li Bijiang, am not any weaker than you." Now, it was up to Long Chen to make his own choice. Jiang Qing glanced at him and asked, "Do you want to join one of them?" Chen Yuantong and Li Bijiang looked at Long Chen in anticipation. They tried their best to put on friendly smiles. The current Long Chen was like a delicious cake. What made them despair was that Long Chen actually shook his head and said, "I don't want any of them." Everyone was stunned. Long Chen actually rejected the good intentions of the two vice palace masters. "Then which elder's disciple do you want to become, or an ordinary disciple?" Jiang Qing continued to ask. He felt that with Long Chen's arrogance, he would choose to become an ordinary disciple and slowly climb up. However, what surprised him was that Long Chen shook his head again. Then what do you want? Jiang Qing asked. Long Chen said bluntly. Could it be that I can't take you as my master? The tone of this sentence was very arrogant, but only Long Chen could speak in such a tone. After listening, Li Bijiang and Chen Yuantong were stunned. It turned out that all this trouble was for them. The most difficult thing was that this was Long Chen's own choice, and they couldn't refute it even if they wanted to. At this time, they also doubted Jiang Qing's intention of letting Long Chen choose by himself. In fact, he had long valued Long Chen, but he didn't participate in the quarrel between Chen Yuantong and Li Bijiang. When they quarreled, Long Chen's image in Long Chen's heart would be lowered, thus highlighting Jiang Qing. In fact, Long Chen finally chose Jiang Qing, which was actually very reasonable, but they couldn't understand it for a while. Not everyone understood Jiang Qing's thoughts. However, what Jiang Qing didn't know was that Long Chen truly chose him purely because of his name. Everyone was waiting for Jiang Qing's answer. The two vice palace masters at the side were so angry that their faces turned red. Today they had lost a lot of face. Regardless of whether Jiang Qing agreed or not, the two of them snorted coldly, flicked their sleeves and left. Jiang Qing didn't even look at Li Bijiang and Chen Yuantong leaving, and said to Long Chen with a slight smile, "Since that's the case, then you are my 7th disciple. These two are your 6th senior brother and 5th senior brother." The other elders and hall masters exchanged glances. They knew that Jiang Qing was the one with deep foresight, subduing Long Chen without batting an eyelid. They admired this hall master Jiang a lot. It could be said that the most famous person in the Evil Dragon Palace was the Evil Dragon Palace Master, and Jiang Qing was the person closest to the Evil Dragon Palace Master. He could be said to be the brains of the Evil Dragon Palace Master, and he was the number 2 person in the Evil Dragon Palace. Even if the other Vice Palace Masters were as strong as him, their positions might not be higher. If he wanted Long Chen to be his disciple, the others would not be able to compete with him. Hence, Chen Yuantong and Li Bijiang swallowed their anger and left without saying a word. Congratulations, Hall Master Jiang, for taking in a genius. In the future, Long Chen will definitely become a pillar of support for our Evil Dragon Palace. At that time, it will all be Hall Master Jiang's credit. Little brother Long Chen will definitely bring glory to our Evil Dragon Palace. I believe that in the future, you will definitely be a rising star of our Evil Dragon Palace. The others quickly sucked up to Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing waved his hand and said, "All right, that's all. If any of your halls lack people, bring these youths over and teach them well. Let everyone have a chance to grow." Yes. The others were very tactful. Now that Jiang Qing was in a good mood, no one would waste this opportunity to curry favor with her. One by one, they brought away the dozen or so young martial artists who had come with Long Chen. There were even 1 or 2 elders who publicly accepted them as disciples. These people could be considered to have benefited from Long Chen's light and had a good place to go. Those elders and hall masters understood that Long Chen had great potential. If he became amazing in the future, these people would definitely take care of each other since they had spent a lot of time with Long Chen and were from the same batch. With this relationship, they would be able to build a bridge between them and Jiang Qing, which would be very beneficial to them. Thanks to Long Chen, everyone was in a good mood. After everything was settled, everyone bid farewell to Jiang Qing and left one by one. Only Jiang Qing, his 2 disciples, Long Chen, and Lu Qingfeng were left. Brother Long Chen, I hope you have a good time in the Evil Dragon Palace. If you have any problems that you can't solve, you can come and find me, Lu Qingfeng. I will definitely help you, Lu Qingfeng said with a smile. He was very satisfied with handing Long Chen to Jiang Qing. He did not let down Nangong Lai's last warning. Lu Qingfeng exchanged glances with Jiang Qing and did not say anything. Everything was understood without words. After that he also left. Behind Jiang Qing, his 2 disciples looked a little awkward. Previously, they could not bear to see how powerful Long Chen was. After fighting with Long Chen and experiencing Long Chen's true strength, they were filled with admiration. Now Long Chen suddenly became their junior brother, and they would have to spend time with each other in the future. Thinking about how they were defeated by their junior brother, the 2 of them felt their faces burning. 7th junior brother. Let's formally introduce ourselves. I am Jiang Lingwen, my master's 5th disciple. I am older than you. Although I am not as strong as you, in terms of seniority, you still have to call me 5th senior brother, one of the twins said. One of the twins said. After acknowledging Long Chen, he no longer had an overbearing attitude. That overbearing attitude was aimed at ordinary disciples, not his own junior brother. At the side, Jiang Lingwu also said, "My brother and I were born at about the same time. It's just that he came out first. I am your 6th senior brother, but I am also very impressed by 7th junior brother's combat strength. It's even better if you can become my master's disciple. In the future, there will be more opportunities for you to exchange pointers." Long Chen discovered that these 2 senior brothers weren't as annoying as he had imagined. He felt relieved. After coming to the true martial emperor palace, Long Chen didn't want to have any life and death conflicts with others in the short term. As for Jiang Qing, Long Chen didn't have any feelings for him now, and he would try his best not to. When Long Chen's strength reached a certain level, he would definitely stab him in the back. Jiang Qing was very satisfied with Long Chen. At this moment, he was sizing up Long Chen with a smile and nodded in satisfaction. Neither arrogant nor rash. Good temperament. Both of you should learn from junior brother. In terms of mentality, you two are much more childish than him. At this moment, Jiang Qing's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Long Chen and said, "Since you have become my disciple, you naturally have to shoulder the responsibility of being a role model for the other disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace. After we arrive at the River Heart Pavilion, I will teach you the sect rules of the true martial emperor palace. At that time, you must memorize them and strictly enforce the sect rules. You will be the role model for the other disciples. If you commit any crimes, commit fratricide, deceive your superiors and subordinates, or invert right and wrong, even if you are my disciple, I will place righteousness before family. Do you understand?" At this moment, Jiang Qing's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Long Chen and said, "Since you have become my disciple, you naturally have to shoulder the responsibility of being a role model for the other disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace. When we arrive at the River Heart Pavilion, I will teach you the sect rules of the true martial emperor palace. At that time, you must memorize them and strictly follow the sect rules. You will be the role model for the other disciples. If you break the law, kill each other, deceive the superiors and subordinates, or invert right and wrong, even if you are my disciple, I will still put righteousness before family. Do you understand?" Although Long Chen had acknowledged him as his master, he didn't acknowledge him as his master. It was just a formality. Long Chen wouldn't stay in a place like the Evil Dragon Palace for too long. He only had one goal, the Martial God Palace surrounded by the 99 golden demon-suppressing pillars. Only by reaching there would he be able to match Lingxi's identity and status. The strongest palace among the 3,000 palaces was only at the level of the Eastern Emperor Palace. It was far from being comparable to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Disciple understands. Long Chen lowered his head temporarily. As for the sect rules, he could just close one eye. As long as he didn't let others find out, everything was fine. Long Chen was rebellious by nature. He understood this very well. Very good. Jiang Qing nodded and said, "All right, I will bring you to the River Heart Pavilion now. I will bring you to meet the other senior and junior brothers. You can recuperate in the River Heart Pavilion for a period of time. Your senior brothers and sisters will bring you to familiarize you with the Evil Dragon Palace. At the same time, they will give you cultivation tasks." Long Chen didn't say much. He just nodded. The huge Evil Dragon Palace was filled with mysteries. The dense monarch spiritual energy was hidden in the forest. Following Jiang Qing's imposing figure, the 3 disciples followed behind him. They headed towards the River Heart Pavilion where Jiang Qing was. The River Heart Pavilion was located on one of the main peaks in the True Dragon Mountain Range. The height and size of this peak were among the top 5 peaks in the True Dragon Mountain Range. Only Jiang Qing and his direct disciples could enter this place. The density of the spiritual energy here was incomparable to ordinary peaks. At the peak of this peak was a vast lake. The lake was shrouded in mist, making it look like a fairyland. The lake water was snow-white, as if it was covered with a layer of snow. In the center of the lake was a huge palace, hidden in the mist. It had golden bricks and green tiles, birds chirping, and the fragrance of flowers. It was a very enjoyable place. 7th junior brother, we won't get to know each other until we fight, Jiang Lingwen and Long Chen whispered behind Jiang Qing. Chapter 1069. The two brothers looked almost the same. They could only be distinguished by their personalities. Jiang Lingwen was the elder brother. He was more active and talkative, while the younger brother was the opposite. Probably, said Long Chen. At this time, they had arrived at Jiang Xin Pavilion. Jiang Qing was expressionless. Beside the lake, there was a wooden bridge that led to the River Heart Pavilion. At this time, everyone didn't fly but walked directly to the River Heart Pavilion from the bridge. It seemed that the people in the River Heart Pavilion felt the aura of their master. They came out and stood on the other side of the bridge, waiting for everyone. They should be Jiang Qing's disciples. There were a total of 3 people waiting. Long Chen was Jiang Qing's 7th disciple. Including him, there were 6 disciples. In other words, Jiang Qing only had 1 disciple who hadn't arrived. The 3 disciples were very surprised to see Jiang Qing leading a newcomer. One should know that Jiang Qing hadn't accepted a disciple for a long time. Most of his disciples were brought back from the outside world. There were only a few that were selected from the sacred martial palace. In fact, the true geniuses in the true martial emperor palace were usually nurtured by their own experts or brought back from the outside world. There weren't many that were selected from the sacred martial palace. While the 3 were sizing up Long Chen was also looking at the 3 disciples. Long Chen could see the strength of Jiang Qing's disciples at a glance. Except for Jiang Lingwen and Jiang Lingwu, who had just entered the 4th level of the divine martial realm, the extreme realm of martial realm, the other 3 were all in the great circle of the 4th level of the divine martial realm. Among the 3, there was a man who had a similar temperament to Jiang Qing. He was holding a folding fan made of steel with surging energy. It should be his weapon. He had a gentle and elegant temperament. It was obvious that he liked to read, but he didn't have the aggressiveness and sharpness of Chu Tiange. The other one was tall and had a similar temperament to Nangong Lai. However, he didn't have the disdainful and violent temperament of Nangong Lai. The third one was a woman. She looked pretty good and bore some resemblance to Jiang Qing. Presumably, she was related to Jiang Qing by blood. She wore a blue dress and stood between the 2 men. She was also looking at Long Chen curiously. Her eyes were somewhat lively. She should be the kind of woman who was more intelligent. The 3 of them weren't very old, but they were able to reach the great circle of the 4th level of the divine martial realm at this age. No wonder they became Jiang Qing's disciples. In a place like the Netherworld Manor, a cultivator at the great circle of the 4th level of the divine martial realm could already be considered an overlord. In the true martial emperor palace, they could only be a disciple of a vice hall master. Although they discovered that Long Chen was only at the 2nd level of the divine martial realm, they didn't ask anything. When Jiang Qing arrived in front of them, she said to the man with the folding fan, "Qin Feng, this is my new disciple. His name is Long Chen, your 7th junior brother. He's new here, take care of him. Later, teach him the sect rules and show him around the evil dragon palace. Tomorrow, bring him around the evil dragon palace and let him gain some experience." The skinny man called Qin Feng quickly nodded and said to Long Chen, "7th junior brother, I'm your 2nd senior brother, Qin Feng. I'm currently managing the Jiang Heart Pavilion. If you have any problems, you can find me for help." The other 2 also quickly introduced themselves. That's Qin Kong. However, he isn't related to 2nd senior brother by blood. It's just that they share the same surname. The tall and honest-looking man said with a silly smile. Although his muscles were bulging, he looked somewhat cute. The girl full of spirit said, "As for me, I'm your 4th senior sister. I'm called Jiang Cha, but you can't drink it." Hearing her words, everyone laughed. This girl was indeed humorous. From her name, she should be related to Jiang Qing. However, from how familiar they were, they shouldn't be father and daughter. These 3 people seemed to be easy to get along with. Long Chen was at ease. At least the people around him wouldn't find trouble with him. He could cultivate in peace in the evil dragon palace for a short period of time and didn't need to offend anyone. Jiang Qing saw that they were very familiar with each other and was very satisfied. She said, "I still have things to do. I'll leave Long Chen to you guys. Take good care of him. If I come back and find anything wrong with him, I'll hold you responsible." From Jiang Qing's words, the other 3 could tell how much Jiang Qing valued Long Chen. So they quickly nodded. 2nd senior brother Qin Feng guaranteed, "Master, don't worry. We'll definitely raise 7th junior brother until he's healthy and fat. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Qin Feng's joke made everyone feel much more relaxed. Jiang Qing nodded and said, "That had better be the case." After looking around, he asked, "Where's your first senior sister?" Everyone's smile suddenly stiffened when they heard the first senior sister's name. A trace of fear appeared in their hearts. Seeing that no one said anything, Qin Feng quickly said, "Master, first senior sister has been cultivating in the Tower of Trials recently." Jiang Qing nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, she glared at everyone and said, "You guys should learn from your first senior sister. Don't always play around in the Jiang Xin Pavilion. You guys aren't young anymore. I, Jiang Qing, have accepted all of you as my disciples. So far, only your first senior sister is worthy. As for you guys, as long as you don't ruin my reputation, I'll be satisfied. Let me tell you, especially you, Qin Feng. How long have you been with me? You haven't even reached the 5th level of the divine martial realm. If you still can't break through within 10 years, scram home." Qin Feng was shocked and quickly promised, "Master, don't worry. I'll work hard and learn from first senior sister. I'll reach the 5th level of the divine martial realm and pass the Oblivion Wind tribulation." Jiang Qing sneered and said, "Your first senior sister didn't just pass the Oblivion Wind tribulation." After that, he said a few words to Long Chen before leaving. Everyone quietly looked at each other. After Jiang Qing left, they heaved a sigh of relief. Jiang Cha stuck out his tongue and said, "Master is really strict. First senior sister is a monster. How can we catch up to her?" Qin Feng's face changed and said, "Fourth brother, don't talk nonsense. If she hears you, even if you're master's relative, she'll still kill you. It's not like you don't know first senior sister's temper." Everyone felt a lingering fear. Seeing that Long Chen was there, they got rid of the unhappy atmosphere and the scene suddenly became lively. Zhang Lingwen was a man who couldn't hold back his words. He had fought with Long Chen, so he had the most right to speak. At this moment, he hurriedly told his senior brothers and sisters about Long Chen's deeds in the sacred martial palace and on the cloud-ascending platform. Originally, the three of them didn't care much about it. But after listening to them, the three of them opened their mouths wide and looked at Long Chen in shock. No matter how they looked at it, they couldn't tell that Long Chen had such strength. Qin Feng felt his mouth go dry as he asked, Long Chen, can you tell us exactly what level your battle prowess is at?" They obviously didn't believe that Long Chen had easily defeated the Zhang Lingwen brothers, so he had just entered the 4th level of the divine martial arts realm. So Long Chen said, "Actually, it's not as incredible as 5th senior brother said. At most, I can only fight against a warrior in the exceptional 4th level of the divine martial arts realm." Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if they had to live with a monster like first senior sister, it would be very stressful for them. "7th brother, do you mind if we call you that?" Actually, the 5 of us, excluding you and first senior sister, don't call each other second senior brother when we're together. We just call you 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 4th brother, and 5th brother. If you don't mind, you can be like us, the little beauty Jiang Cha said mysteriously to Long Chen. "Of course when master is here, we can't call him that," Qin Feng said. As for the 3rd senior brother, Qin Kong, he kept smiling and didn't say anything. It turned out that these people were quite happy. Long Chen suddenly felt that he had come to the right place. He was a person who didn't care about worldly affairs, and could even be described as unrestrained. The temperament of these 5 people was exactly what Long Chen liked. So, Long Chen smiled and nodded. "Yeah." Jiang Cha jumped up and cheered, "Master is out, and first senior sister is not here. We finally have a happy time. In order to celebrate the arrival of 7th brother, we have to have a good celebration tonight." "I agree," Zhang Lingwen said quickly. "I also agree. I agree with both of my hands. I will raise both of my legs. I will raise my 3rd leg. Die, you scoundrel." Jiang Cha chased after Zhang Lingwen angrily and gave him a beating. Compared to them, Long Chen was like a little old man. While they were having fun, Long Chen was also pondering what kind of person this first senior sister that Jiang Qing was very satisfied with, but the others were afraid of. "She has at least passed the fire-devouring tribulation and is on par with me. I can't offend her easily," Long Chen concluded. He came here to cultivate in peace. Tonight, he would familiarize himself with Jiang Xin Pavilion. Tomorrow, they would naturally bring Long Chen around the evil dragon palace. From today onwards, Long Chen's name had spread throughout the Evil Dragon Palace. After all, every disciple of Jiang Qing had a position in the Evil Dragon Palace, second only to the Evil Dragon Palace Master's disciple. Tonight, Long Chen became familiar with these 5 weirdos and quickly integrated into their lives. Especially that Jiang Cha. She was very happy, bouncing up and down with boundless energy. She also loved to drink. She was simply a drunkard's disciple. However, her alcohol tolerance was not good. Once she drank, she would go crazy. She kept shouting that Long Chen needed to take off his clothes because it was hot. Qin Feng and the others were used to it and threw her into the lake. She would naturally wake up after a while and continue to participate in the celebration of welcoming Long Chen. In reality, the person they were going to welcome was just silently studying the sect rules of true martial emperor palace. These things had to be studied clearly. Otherwise, even Jiang Qing couldn't protect herself if she made a mistake. Moreover, Jiang Qing would protect herself. Chapter 1070. In fact, Long Chen spent a few days in Jiang Xian Pavilion before the 5 senior brothers and sisters brought him out to familiarize him with the layout of the Evil Dragon Palace. During these few days, Qin Feng and the others explained a lot about the Evil Dragon Palace and the 3,000 palaces to Long Chen, as well as some of the taboos here. Long Chen had a premonition that the true martial emperor palace would be the place he would stay the longest, so he listened very carefully. Only after familiarizing himself with the rules could he break them. Long Chen memorized all the rules of the true martial emperor palace. Long Chen had plenty of time. After interacting with these senior brothers and sisters for a few days, the 5 of them formed a group and protected Long Chen in the middle. They set off towards various places in the Evil Dragon Palace. One reason was to let Long Chen familiarize himself with the Evil Dragon Palace. The other was to let Long Chen, this new figure of the Evil Dragon Palace, display himself in front of the 30,000 disciples and let them get to know Long Chen better. After all, among the 30,000 disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace, only 7 were qualified to become Jiang Qing's disciple. Compared to the other disciples, even Jiang Lingguan and Jiang Linggu, who had the lowest cultivation, were superior. Long Chen's combat strength actually surpassed the 5 of them. This meant that Long Chen was considered very good at his age in the entire Emperor region. Under the guidance of these 5 senior brothers and sisters, Long Chen swept through the entire True Dragon Mountain range where the Evil Dragon Palace was located. The Evil Dragon Palace was really huge. The distance between each mountain peak was actually quite far. There were more than 300 mountain peaks in this area. Some of the larger halls occupied 2 to 3 mountain peaks. Apart from the halls and the elders, there were also some public places, such as the Martial Cultivators Market. It was very lively. Many of the 30,000 disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace traveled through this market. The market was very big. It occupied several mountain peaks and was divided into several areas. Apart from these places, there was also the pill hall where the Evil Dragon Palace stored pills, the weapon hall where the various divine weapons were stored, and the martial hall where the combat techniques were stored. Long Chen visited all these places. However, even as Jiang Qing's disciple, he couldn't enter these places easily. As they swaggered through the market, the surrounding people would look at them curiously, especially Long Chen, who was surrounded by them. This unfamiliar face quickly made people think that he was a new disciple that Jiang Qing had accepted a few days ago. I heard that Deputy Palace Master Chen Yuantong and Deputy Palace Master Li Bijiang almost fought for this disciple. Moreover, I heard that this disciple fought against 1,000 people in the Sacred Martial Palace and completed the 1,000 slaughter. However, it seems that he is only at the 2nd level of the Divine Martial Realm. Even if those 1,000 people had just entered the 1st level of the Divine Martial Realm, he would still be unable to defeat them. Not to mention being besieged to death, he would be exhausted to death. This youngster looks very immature. He shouldn't be very old. How could he have such an achievement? Nonsense. If he was old, would Palace Master Jiang have accepted him as a disciple? When Long Chen passed by, all kinds of discussions appeared around him. He had received so much attention because of his strength. However, there were actually more people who were skeptical about his strength. I heard from my master that on the Cloud Ascension platform, this guy called Long Chen defeated Jiang Lingguan and Jiang Linggu together. They have just entered the 4th level of the Divine Martial Realm. They are much stronger than us. They can be ranked among the young disciples of the evil dragon palace. That's impossible. I heard that he is only at the second level of the divine martial realm. My master said that the second level of the divine martial realm might be a method of concealment. His true level should be around the great perfection of the fourth level of the divine martial realm. With his age, to reach this level in his 20s, he is already at the level of a first-rate genius. Otherwise, why would Palace Master Jiang Qing take him as a disciple? I still don't believe it. How can there be such a miraculous method of concealment? I felt that his divine sense had just formed. Long Chen's journey had caused quite a stir among the 30,000 disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace. In the Evil Dragon Palace, there were about 20,000 ordinary disciples who belonged to the various halls. There were also about 500 true disciples who were the disciples of the various elders. The highest-ranked disciples were actually the disciples of the various vice palace masters. Of course, there were even higher-ranked disciples, which were the disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace masters. The ordinary disciples were all envious of Long Chen. The true disciples were half envious and half jealous. As for the disciples of the vice palace masters of the same level, they were basically doubtful of Long Chen's strength. At this moment, Long Chen had already followed the crowd and arrived at the last place of the Evil Dragon Palace. It was also the most important place for the disciples. It was also the landmark of the Evil Dragon Palace and even the 3,000 palaces. This place was the Trial Tower. Actually, Long Chen was not a high-profile person. However, he had no choice but to follow these guys who were used to being high and mighty. In fact, he felt that these guys were quite cute. When he was with them, Long Chen's murderous heart would show some happiness. Although it had only been a few days since Lingxi left, Long Chen was lonely. Kitten had been eyeing Little Butterfly. He was a wretched uncle through and through. After Little Butterfly left, he was also dejected. The two dejected males had completely different reactions. Long Chen was full of fighting spirit while Kitten hid in the Great Void Realm every day and washed his face with tears. Of course, it was just a joke. Old 7, haha. Next, Big Brothers will show you the most important place of the Evil Dragon Palace. It's also our nightmare. Ever since we entered the Evil Dragon Palace, we've basically spent 3/4 of our time here. Jiang Lingwen ran to Long Chen's side and pointed to the front. That was the center of the Evil Dragon Palace. There was a towering mountain that rose into the sky like a huge sword piercing through the clouds. Go. That's because you're useless. You don't want to go there. I think 7th brother will definitely want to go. One look and you can tell that he's a cultivation maniac. In the future, our faction will have to rely on him and first senior sister, Jiang Cha said bitterly. Old 4 is right. Take a look at Long Chen. He is indeed a cultivation maniac. You will definitely be looking forward to the next place. Qin Feng walked at the front and said with a smile. Beside him, Qin Kong was still laughing foolishly. Zhang Lingwu, who looked exactly like Jiang Lingwen, did not talk much. What is that place? Compared to them, Long Chen's will was much more mature. In this place, probably only Qin Feng was similar to Long Chen. The others were just like wimpy kids. Trial Tower. The Evil Dragon Palace's Trial Tower. The place where everyone cultivates is on the Sword Pagoda Peak ahead. Speaking of the Trial Tower, Qin Feng's eyes were filled with reverence. He pointed to the front and said, the Sword Pagoda Peak is that mountain in front. Once we go up, we will be able to see the Trial Tower. There are at least 3,000 disciples gathered in the Trial Tower. Ordinary disciples have to complete missions to obtain rewards in exchange for the right to enter the Trial Tower. However, there is a time limit. True inheritors can only enter the Trial Tower for 5 days a month. Beyond that, they have to complete missions. As for us, we are the disciples of the Vice Palace Masters. We can enter the Trial Tower without limit. This is our unique advantage. Speaking of this, Qin Feng and the others were very proud. Sometimes, status was a great power. Similarly, as our master's 7th disciple, you also have the right to use the Trial Tower as you wish, Qin Feng said with a smile. What is the use of this Tower of Trials? Long Chen asked carefully. You can choose a martial puppet from the 1st to the 9th level of the God Martial Realm. When you fight with them, you will be like a real person. Moreover, they will try their best to display their comprehension of the martial Tao, which is helpful to everyone's battle. Of course, due to the limitations of your strength and authority, we cannot choose a martial puppet that is too powerful. With my strength, I can only choose a martial puppet that is at the 4th level of the God Martial Realm. If you want to choose a martial puppet that is at the 5th level of the God Martial Realm, you have to get the approval of the Elder guarding the Tower of Trials. If you want to use a martial puppet of a higher level, you have to get the approval of the Vice Palace Master guarding the Tower of Trials. A martial puppet. This thing made Long Chen's eyes light up. He could already guess that if he opened the true martial emperor spirit, he might get unexpected benefits when fighting with this martial puppet. It was simply a natural opponent. Moreover, there were special training rooms in the Tower of Trials. All of this seemed to be designed for Long Chen. Of course, every disciple needed actual combat to go further on the road of the God Martial Realm. Therefore, this was suitable for all disciples, not just for Long Chen, but for Long Chen. Our first senior sister is called Xueqi. She ranks in the top 10 or even the top 5 among the young disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace. She spends every day in the Tower of Trials, reading the comprehension of the seniors, meditating, fighting with martial puppets, and so on. Her strength is quite terrifying. When others think of Master's disciple, they will think of Xueqi. It has nothing to do with us. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.